Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you to the third International Conference on Inclusive Business in the Changing World 2021 with topic Business Resilience and Sustainability Amidst Global Uncertainty. My name is Christina Fena. It's being a great honor for me to be the master of ceremony today and welcome each and every one of you in this conference. Before we start our agenda today, I would like to inform that this event will be recorded as documentation and broadcast on YouTube. And I will read the rundown of our event today. We will start with welcome remarks from the Dean of Faculty of Business Administration and Communication Sciences at Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia and from Conference Chair of Third International Conference on Inclusive Business. Then we will start our first plenary session, continued with parallel session, lunch break, and second plenary session. Our event will be ended with award announcement, closing speech from Rector of Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia, and keynote speech from Ministry of Trade, Mr. Muhammad Lutfi. Therefore, we hope that you can stay in this conference until it's finished. Next, I would like to read the rules for the participants during this conference. Participants are requested to mute during the seminar session. Participants are allowed to unmute microphone if given access. Participants can ask questions through the chat box. Participants are allowed to open the camera using the virtual background provided. And participants are expected to keep conducive and respectful for each other during the events. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Ministry of Trade, Mr. Muhammad Lutfi, along with the staff, Rector of Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia, Dr. Agustinus Prasetyanto, our honorable speakers, Mr. Aaron Kingsbury, PhD MA MSc from Maine Marine Academy, United States of America, Mr. Daniel Malpartida, CFA from Universidad Católica San Pablo, Peru, Professor Heike Winsiers Theophilus, PhD, from Namibia University of Science and Technology, Professor Doctor of Science Bistra Boeva, from the University for National and World Economic Studies Sofia, Bulgaria, Professor Dr. Andre M. Lamto, from Westphalian University of Applied Sciences, Germany, Vice Rector of Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia, Dr. Johannes Eko Adi Prasetyanto, SC, Dean of Faculty of Business Administration and Communication Sciences at Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia, Dr. Eko Widodo, along with the staff, all honorable lecturers of Faculty of Business Administration and Communication Sciences, and also Faculty of Master of Business Administration at Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia, Conference Chair of Third International Conference on Inclusive Business, Dr. Kurnianing Isololipu, along with committees, all presenters, students, and participants. We would like to say our gratitude to all of you for your support and participation. This conference aims to provide academic contribution to help solving business problems. It is expected in this conference that knowledge sharing can be done effectively. Sharing and combining knowledge from different fields and perspectives are important to get insight, as well as creating solutions to sustain business in facing uncertain global conditions and future challenges. Now, let us sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia.
Indonesia Universitas berasaskan Pancasila, cita harapan bangsa, serempak dalam satu karya, amal ilmu dan pekerti, ikut membangun gereja nusa dan bangsa Indonesia, menjunjung tinggi citra dan mulia, jiwa tridharma perguruan tinggi, bersatu berpadu dalam sukanya, dalam dukanya, Atma Jaya. Kami Unika Atma Jaya, paguyuban Widiani, mengabdi cinta bangsa luhur dan berbudi, hidup Atma Jaya.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Business Administration and Communication Sciences at Majaya Catholic University of Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Eko Widodo.
Thank you, David. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, the people from Asia, Indonesia, Indonesia, good afternoon in Germany and Namibia, and good evening, Aaron and Mr. Daniel in USA, in America, and also all the participants of the third Egypt conference this day. As you know that now we live in the very changing situation. Every day the situation will be different than yesterday. We are in the midst of the very rapid changing right now. Everybody know it. One of the significant events that affect human life in the 21st century is the occurrence of the COVID-19 pandemic as we live now. And the second is the occurrence of global climate change. You know, every day we saw the disaster related to the climate change now. These two things will be cause many changes on how we work, how we study, and how we live in our daily life. So humans, all of us, required to adapt to the new environments. We have to study, have to work, and have to live set by set with this unique and possibly unpleasant situation. Situation is very unpleasant, but we have to be optimists. We have to be live, have to be makes progress, have to be learn about this situation. So under such condition, we especially the business community, must have adequate resilience to face about all of the changing condition. The strength of business will be depend on their ability to adapt to this rapidly changing situation. To adapt well, business community are required to be willing and able to learn many new things, many new situation, many new technology, and many new things. Adapting and innovating requires a brave mind and cooperation with many parties. The companies, the people that can survive are those that can react quickly and adapt to the change. The third ICIB conference now, this day, we have the theme as business resilience and sustainability amid global uncertainty. So this conference is the right place for all of us to work together and to exchange many ideas about various issues faced by the world today, especially related to the business matter. About the ability of business community to survive and adapt to this rapidly changing global environments. We have seen now in television, in the news, that cooperation between countries, especially in the economic field, is getting weaker in recent years. Many conflicts in the economic sector between countries. The desire to create a fair and equitable global trade order is become further away. Each country only think about their interests. Many countries make protectionism, and this selfish attitude, concerns with self-interest, make condition even more difficult because there are no cooperation going on. Protectionism increased, and now in many countries become the central policy of economic of nation. So the potential to help each other, to complement each other, is lost. Meanwhile, the global challenge such as climate change, poverty, inequality, terrorism, and in international crimes are not decreased. That problem, that global problem, is more complex and more increased. So our economic resilience is tested and can only be solved if we are willing and able to establish a good cooperation to overcome it. This pandemic situation has taught us many valuable lessons. While it's still uncertain, the world has learned how to deal with this pandemic. As I know, I already speak with Ms. Aaron and Ms. Daniel, Mr. Aaron Finsbury and Mr. Daniel, that the condition is in Peru or also in USA is getting better, also in Indonesia, related to the COVID-19. We have to learn, we have to learn with this pandemic. Now, how we can adapt to the post-pandemic condition. The problem is after the pandemic is the problem is how we can adapt to the post-pandemic situation. And it's also not the easy thing. Gradually, we are now entering the new normal era. Under this condition, various upheaval will still occur. We must be able to adapt well to the new challenge. The new normal, the post-pandemic situation is a time for us, for your ability to react and to adapt quickly to a evolving need of the changing business environment. The normal for business about doing the right thing at the right time with the right people to achieve the right result. The COVID-19 pandemic and climate change are the challenge and shares responsibility for us. Once again, to overcome this problem, we must find a joint solution. We must strengthen our cooperation in various fields to overcome this problem. Our President, the President of Republic Indonesia, Mr. Joko Widodo, in this remark at the General Assembly of the United Nations month, said that to deal with the global situation, especially to deal with the post-pandemic situation, our President, Mr. Joko Widodo, said that no one is safe until everybody is safe. So let we work together, we cooperate together to solve many of our problems because no one is safe until everybody is safe. Thank you for all the participants of the third ASIC conference. Good day.
Thank you, Dr. Eko Widodo, for the excellent welcoming speech. Now we are continuing to listen to the opening speech from the conference chair of Third International Conference on Inclusive Business. Please welcome Dr. Kurnianing Isololipo.
Thank you, Ave. Good morning to all attendees of ICIB 3. As the conference chair of the Third International Conference on Inclusive Business on the Changing World, I have the honor to welcome you all to this conference. I would like to greet to our invited speaker, Dr. Aaron Kingsbury and Mr. Daniel Malpartida. Thank you for being here with us at this conference. Also, I would like to greet Ibu Maria Yuri Leawayan, our partners from the Journal of Bureaucratic Business, Faculty, University of Indonesia. This is the third ICIB that are hosted by the Department of Business Administration, Faculty of Business Administration and Communication Sciences, Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia. This conference is held during the pandemic in Indonesia. It's held during the pandemic of coronavirus that happens to most countries in the world. Therefore, the ICIB is held by online, which gives more fruitful experience to all participants. As we understand, the business environment today has to cope with unpredictable situation. The appearance of coronavirus without any prediction is one of the examples of those situations. Before the coronavirus exists, no one has calculated what was going to be happen in the year of 2020 and 2021. However, the business has to run or otherwise it will collapse. Organization and business ventures are striving to serve the customer with minimum contact and certain procedures. As the result, many innovations are created in the form of remodeling the business, methods, processes, and markets. Those innovations are the evidence of business to be resilient due to the global uncertainties that might appear at any time. Therefore, it maintains the sustainability of the business to exist in the market. However, there are still challenges faced by the business because globally, the condition is still showed a slower growth for business. Countries are attempting to give funds in order to make the growth of business, thus enhance the economy of the countries. Many industries are seeking and renewing strategies to overcome the challenges. Tourism and hospitality, transportation, and film and TV production are examples of industry that needs more efforts in order to survive. Thus, the third ICIB is taken place to contribute to business in the form of academic perspectives. This conference aims to provide academic contribution to help solving business problems, especially in this today's condition. It is expected that knowledge sharing can be done effectively in this conference. Sharing, exchanging, and combining knowledge from different fields and perspectives are important to gain insight as well as creating solutions to sustain business in facing uncertain global conditions and future challenges. On this occasion, I would like to thank you to Mr. Muhammad Lutfi, the Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, who will giving a closing remarks in this today conference. I would also like to thank to the invited speaker, Professor Dr. Bista Bufa from the University of National and World Economic Studies, Sofia, Bulgaria, Mr. Aaron Kingsbury, PhD, MA, MSc from Maine Marine Academy, United States of America, Professor Hake Winsers Theophilus, PhD from Namibia University of Science and Technology, Professor Dr. Andre M. Latour from Westphalian University of Applied Sciences, Germany, and Dr. Daniel Malpartida, CFA, Universidad Católica San Pablo, Peru. Although there is a different time zone, but all the invited speakers are delightful to accept the invitation from us. I would like to thank to the last but not least, all participants who are presenting their papers from diverse science backgrounds. Thus, the knowledge dissemination is flowing in this international conference. I would also like to thank to our partner for this international conference, which are the Association of Business Administration Science in Indonesia, the Journal of Business Administration of Department of Business Administration, Diponegoro University Semarang, and the Journal of Business and Bureaucracy, Faculty of Administration Sciences of University of Indonesia. Again, thank you for supporting and participating in the third International Conference on Inclusive Business in the Changing World. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kurniani Isolulipu, for the speech. Before we continue the conference, we will hold a photo session for documentation. Please all open your camera. I will count from 3 and take a screenshot. Start from first slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, hold on please. We continue with participants in the next slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, good. And then next slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, our photo session now is done. Thank you for opening your camera. And for the next agenda, we will start our plenary session. Excellencies and distinguished guests, we really appreciate if you can follow the event until it's finished. But we also understand if there are any other agenda that cannot be left behind, you can continue your activity. Now we will start the plenary session. Please welcome our honorable speaker, Mr. Aaron Kingsbury, PhD, MA, MSc from Maine Marine Academy, United States of America, and Mr. Daniel Malpartida, CFA, from Universidad Católica San Pablo, Peru. This plenary session will be moderated by Dr. Lerpol Agung Nugroho, MM, the head of Master of Business Administration Program, Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia. For Dr. Lerpol Agung Nugroho, MM, please open the plenary session.
Okay, thank you, Afe, for the introductions and the greetings. Good evening to our guests in the US and Peru, and good morning to all audiences in Indonesia, Europe, and Africa. Yes, I am so excited to join this conference because in this pandemic situation, we can still meet each other with the help of technology, isn't it? And the first challenge we have is the time difference. You know, there are a huge time difference between Indonesia and in the America and the north part of the world. In the world, in the US and Peru, we are now divided by 12 hours difference, right? So in the US and Peru, it's still 20 of October. Is that right? Yes, yeah. And I appreciate Professor Aaron Kingsbury and Mr. Daniel Malpartida who joined us today. Although it is already close to midnight in your place. Thank you so much for being so supportive for our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to introduce our guest speaker today. Professor Aaron Kingsbury, PhD, is an associate professor at Maine Maritime Academy in the USA. He is a research advisor for the Agricultural and Forestry Research and Development Center for mountainous regions in Vietnam. And he is also faculty member of the ASEAN Institute of Management, Philippines. He was visiting scholar at the following institution: Nagoya University, Japan, German Institute for Japanese Studies in Tokyo, Japan, National Taiwan University, Taiwan, Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia, and University of Cagayan Valley, Philippines. His academic interests include cultural and environmental geographies, climate change, indigenous knowledge, gender and sustainability in agriculture. He also have interest in Asia Pacific, especially Japan and Vietnam, geospatial technologies and low altitude remote sensing and aerial photography using UAVs and drones and kites. Without further ado, I invite Professor Aaron Kingsbury to share his presentations, and the mic is yours, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Nugroho. Hello, everybody. I feel bad. I do not have the green screen background. I don't know how to do that. So you have a picture of the Earth, I believe, which is good because all of us are all over the place. I'd like to also thank Dr. Widodo and Dr. Kerr Ning, excuse me for mispronouncing your names. My Bahasa Indonesian is pretty much zero. I'd like to also thank the ICIB leadership and basically Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia more generally As you saw from the picture, pre-COVID, I did have the opportunity to co-research in Indonesia with Atmajaya Catholic scholars, and it's nice to see so many of your faces, and I hope that we can see each other again soon. I know from my perspective, after a year or more in lockdown, I'm about 10 kilos bigger than I was the last time I visited you. So be careful as we move forward. So let me screen share, and I'm going to do this first. And let's see here, share. Can you see the screen, Dr. Kurnianing? Give me a okay or a wave. Anybody, can you see the screen? Good, all right. So as was mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, I do a lot of work in Vietnam, in the northern part of Vietnam. So if you know where Hanoi is, well, I'll show you on a map, but it's north of Hanoi up to the Chinese border. And what I wanted to talk today about relates to some of this work in indigenous knowledge systems of farming, African swine fever, and how it relates to business and how these particularly ethnic minority communities are adapting in these times of difficulty. So as you can see in the picture here, we've got, it's a beautiful landscape. It's highly mountainous. We have a lot of rice and a lot of small little roads and things like that. So I am supposed to be in Vietnam now. I'm waiting for, well, Vietnam is suffering from a lot of problems with COVID, as you're well aware. So today is going to be really mostly about the northern mountainous region. Again, I'll show you a map in a second. I want to first give you a background, like a sense of place and the complexity of what's happening in that region. Climate change is a considerable factor in terms of how agriculture functions and how products are sold. And one thought that we had initially in this particular project was looking at smaller scale pork production as a way that smaller farmers would be able to market their products in urban centers to get around some of the problems that's happening in the rural communities. And this is smaller scale versus the newer and intensive industrial scale production of farming. So across the north of Vietnam, you're seeing more livestock operations, that is large scale chicken factories and large scale pork factories. And it's changing the dynamics of how meat is being raised and produced. And then we need to look at African swine fever. I recognize that Indonesia doesn't eat a lot of pork, although my understanding is that the communities that do have pork are suffering from ASF. And then we're going to compare that these things don't happen in isolation. So we have this African swine fever happening, and then COVID happens on top of that, which changes the entire dynamics of things potentially more negatively. So I want to focus on women. I want to focus on the family and smaller rural communities. And all of this is happening within a larger cultural context of different ethnicities, cultural practices, gender, and bigger issues of politics. So the map is bad. I apologize. You can't see the bottom half of Vietnam, which is embarrassing as a geographer, but there you go. You can see up here, Hanoi is the black star, which would be the capital. And usually where I'm working is a province called Tai Nguyen. And this whole northern mountainous region is this Hanoi there in the north, all the way up to the Chinese border. And again, so this is largely a mountainous area. It's the poorest area of Vietnam more generally. I know some of the scholars at Atmajaya had an opportunity to travel to southern Vietnam to see Ho Chi Minh City. It's a considerable difference in terms of development and the economic potential, north rural communities versus the metropolitan Ho Chi Minh City in the south. So again, upland, mostly remote areas. We have about 12 million people. And without getting into too much detail today, these are largely socially and economically marginalized ethnic minorities, okay? In this context, there's very limited reliable transportation networks. Markets are usually smaller wet markets. And again, climate change is adding considerable social and economic stresses, including food insecurity, rising inequality, and environmental degradation. So more on that shortly. Something to be aware of is as you leave Hanoi and head north, as it gets more mountainous, if you imagine like an inverted pyramid, at different elevations, different ethnic minorities tend to cluster. So those at the very bottom of on the flatlands are the ethnic Kin, which are the Vietnamese people. And as you move higher up in elevation, here we have Hmong. The communities get poorer. You have potentially less running water, no electricity, and all of the issues that come with that. So the higher elevation you are, the less likely you are to speak Vietnamese, and the less integrated you are into the whole community of well, not community, but the whole society more generally. So ethnic minority women, you'll see me say just EM here, is an opportunity for women to raise small scale productions of pork as an alternative to tea and rice. Rice particularly is low valued. Pork provides an opportunity for these women to increase their own income. The the pigs are raised free range. That is, they're able to run around in the forests. They're put into the harvested rice paddies. And often the pork is sold in smaller quantities, smaller amounts at wet or fresh markets near the village. There's differences in breed. So if you can see in the picture here, this is one of the typical pigs that are raised in these ethnic minority communities. They're smaller pigs. They're about the size of a rugby football. And rather than the larger kind of white pigs that you may have seen, which is more conventional in, for example, the United States or Peru or wherever. So breed differences, these animals are raised using indigenous knowledge, that is traditional ways of feeding the pigs, treating them for illnesses. The scale of production is different. It's usually 1 or 2, 3, 4 smaller pigs. And so this is happening on one hand, and on the other hand, you have these large industrial pork facilities which have arrived because the land is relatively inexpensive and yes, for a number of other reasons. And so the small scale, like these little rugby things here, these little football pigs, typically get sold, and that income goes towards the women. That is, the women are the ones raising these pigs. And the industrial pork, the larger white pigs, are raised for the export market or for domestic supermarkets. So in the background, as you know, Vietnam is becoming more economically successful. It's developing quickly. And so as in many parts of the world, when economies develop, they're demanding more meat. In this case, Vietnamese people are demanding more pork. So the demand for pork is higher than it ever has been. And so you have this industrial style pork production, and then you have these smaller scale pork production. And in some ways, business-wise, you don't think they would overlap, but in many ways they do. So, this export market, some of this was geared towards the Chinese market. And so we've got this large quantity of pork being produced in these industrial facilities, going to be shipped to China. And then, for example, in 2017, China puts restrictions on pork coming into China from Vietnam. And so the Vietnamese producers of this large quantity of meat, to avoid losing a lot of money, they flood their domestic market with this pork. So it becomes cheaper to buy the industrial pork than it does to buy the ethnic minority raised small scale pig. And what happens is that prices drop across the board, and the larger scale producers are unable to compete with this new cheap pork that's flooding their market, and they lose their investments, right? So we have issues initially with the first thing that's affecting these women is industrial production that they have to face indirectly. So to get around this, they started looking at ways of shortening the supply chain. They would start cooperatives, particularly women's cooperatives is a very big thing in Vietnam. And women were trained in pig breeding. They would do some things smaller scale and collectively, which limits or reduces the input costs. There's a linked side business in alcohol production, which I'll talk about shortly. Well, basically the rice from the family's paddy. The rice paddy is usually done or operated by the men. The rice can be fermented, and the leftover rice fermentation, so you have this homemade alcohol, and the leftovers then become supplements for the pig feed. You also have women schooling or pooling their resources together to make sausages for local schools. So sometimes the difficulty, those of you that work in agricultural marketing know, if you're a small farmer and you have a contract with a large supermarket, that supermarket is going to demand a large quantity of product on a regular basis. And if you're a small farmer, you might not be able to supply that demand seasonally, uniformly across time. So in this case, by pooling their pork together and producing sausages, they are able then to sell to local schools and feed their own children with this pork. And they're not overextended. That is, they don't have to produce so much more to be able to supply the contracts for the larger supermarkets. These smaller supply chain, also the women often receive training. They get credit, understanding how to obtain credit, how to take money from banks, loans. And the women we talked to were quite proud that this gave them a sense of agency in their family. Whereas men were typically those raising the rice or working off the farm in a nearby town, maybe in construction as a day laborer. Women were then able to take this pork, sell the pork, and use the profits to, feed their family, send their children to better schools, buy school uniforms, and it gave them a sense of community. It gave them a sense of pride. It gave them a sense of empowerment and agency in what they were doing in their lives. So I mentioned the side business, which is another profit maker for a lot of people. There's a lot of drinking in the north of Vietnam. I don't really need to get into whether alcohol is good or bad today, but recognize in this case, some of the leftovers of rice production are then fermented by these women who then have an additional side business, so an additional source of income outside of just the small scale production of pork, but it's this linked sort of sustainability cycle. And we also were finding that urban markets, for example, Hanoi, there are places that will pay extra money for pork produced on smaller scale by ethnic minority women. Some of that is a branding thing where you're branding the ethnicity. Others is the variety of pork is different, and so people prefer the flavor. So consumers will pay more, and there was a strong potential of this could be a way of improving economic conditions in these communities. And so here's your standard sort of operation. We have 6 pigs. We have corn raised on the farm. The corn is fermented. The alcohol comes out. And in this case, this woman here was able to make enough money to buy, I don't even know what this was. And so she's improving her livelihood, and she's quite proud that she's able to support her children going to school and getting more education than they would have had the opportunity to get otherwise. And there's also this need to strengthen links between small-scale producers and urban consumers. Some of this are like specific restaurants that focus on ethnic minority-raised foods with branding of sort of nostalgia and romantic notions of rural Vietnam, novel types of cuisine, right? And so, the idea was to better differentiate their production by stating they use, for example, different foods, more sustainability, different breeds of pork. And there was a potential for it to be a sort of niche or value-added product. And then African swine fever came. And you can modify pretty much everything I just said. African swine fever, if you don't know, is it's a disease. It's a fever in pork. Comes through wild boar, and it's not lethal to humans. It does not affect humans at all, but it basically destroys the animal. It destroys pork. They die. So in this case, we were in the field when African swine fever first arrived in these regions of Vietnam, and you could see the sense of loss. Women were sitting and staring at their their pig pens, literally crying, frantically, not knowing whether their animals were going to get sick or not. and those that had lost their pigs or pigs were called or slaughtered prior to the experience. There was a loss of food, a loss of income, a loss of agency. There were schemes put in place to get one-for-one replacement. That is, let's remove all the pigs from the community and put in chickens instead. But that's not viable because a lot of the indigenous knowledge and skills of raising pork is not the same as raising chicken. And so we had this loss of indigenous knowledge, whereas there were questions of whether these breeds would survive. And then on top of that, COVID came. And so I honestly have not been back to Vietnam since COVID has happened. So some of this, I talked to colleagues in Vietnam to get sort of an understanding of what's happening. You may or may not know, but Vietnam has a lot of trouble with COVID, but it's largely so far been in Hanoi and the southern part of the country. So far, at least public, that's. So a lot of the stories that come out of X number of people dying or these number of people infected have largely been in Ho Chi Minh City and some of the southern provinces. So the question then that I asked my colleagues was, how is this affecting people in the north? So this article is not available to those in Vietnam. This is Radio Free Asia, which I believe is blocked. But in this case, we have 4 Hmong men, which are from an ethnic minority in the high mountains of Vietnam, walk days to return to a rural hometown after coronavirus layoffs. And really what's happened in the north with COVID is that pre-existing vulnerabilities amongst local people have been, people have been made more vulnerable, right? So we have people that are already vulnerable that are experiencing more vulnerability. We have income issues, for example, job loss. And by job loss, I mean, a lot of men would work in urban centers as laborers and send the money back to their families. And of course, when you have lockdowns, people are not traveling, they're not able to make the movement between provinces. I don't know if there's Indonesian government policy to do this, but a lot of Vietnamese provincial policy is to intentionally get the men in rural communities labor jobs in places like Taiwan or Japan, with the idea being they'll be sending remittances or money back home, but they will also learn skills that will be useful for their home small town communities when they return. So of course, this is actually like town policy in many communities where, please go, disappear, and come back with your money and your skills. And of course, none of that's possible during COVID. And so, we're seeing income issues, we're seeing health issues because people don't have access to medicine. We're seeing family kind of issues where children are unable to attend school, senior care issues, the same way that, in agriculture, we have increased production costs. We have a lack of markets. Some of these specialized smaller pork restaurants, of course, are not able to remain in business. And so really, I'm going to end today by saying one of the things that is happening, and this is probably the most interesting thing for me, is that in terms of agriculture, many of these communities are turning back towards the indigenous knowledge that supported them all along. So I'm ending positive, and I'm saying, well, we have a situation where there's a lot of issues with climate change. There's issues with pre-existing conditions on the ground. Then we have African swine fever, and then we have COVID, and the crutch that is, or the ability to keep a lot of these small communities standing in the north is this indigenous knowledge. And this will allow them, hopefully, to get beyond what is a pretty bad situation at the moment. So. And I end with a cute water buffalo and some chicken. And I want to say thank you. And I guess now we have a few minutes for questions. Am I mistaken to say that?
Thank you very much, Aaron, for a very interesting presentation about the sustainability and indigenous knowledge system in farming in Vietnam, to survive from post-COVID era. And there is I think, a very interesting also phenomenon that in this case, the women entrepreneurs is also take important role, in the rural North Vietnam, right? And the COVID made the their situation is more vulnerable in terms of loss of indigenous knowledge, income, health, family matters, and so on. And yeah, I think it is time to invite all of the guests, participants here to explore more about maybe how the people in North Vietnam coping with this situation, right? So I give you a time to raise your questions. Please, all of the participants. Okay, Ms. Tara Aditama want to ask question. Please, Ms. Tara, please open your video and then raise your questions to Professor Kingsbury.
Good morning good morning to Dr. Kingsbury and to my professors in Atmajaya and also my friends. Thank you, Dr. Kingsbury, for the presentation. It's very enlightening and also at the same time rather heartbreaking. I have one question. After the pandemic outbreak, the COVID-19 outbreak, how has the larger pork farming industries, how has they been? Are there any indications of them encroaching on the former markets of the smaller scale local pork producers? That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you for your question, Tara. Again, like I said, I have not been back in Vietnam since COVID happened. I'm hoping to go next month for the rest of maybe 8 months or so. I will say that encroaching on their markets is a complicated question simply because initially they're supplying different markets. Mm-hmm. The indigenous ethnic minority women using IK, our indigenous knowledge in their pork production, we're supplying local wet markets. And this industrial pork production was supplying the growing number of supermarket chains, mm-hmm. some of the restaurants, and also now, as well, at least prior to COVID, there was a lot of new industry happening in Vietnam, particularly industry that was leaving China and looking for new places of production. And these sort of canteens where these workers would eat were being supplied by this industrial pork and also industrial chicken. It's only when the markets closed, you know, the market that was producing, the factories that were producing pork for export to places like China, when that was closed, then they turned around and flooded local wet markets. What's happening now? I don't know, because I'm still believing that they're targeting different types of clients based on the scale of their production. But I could be wrong.
Okay. Tara, are you satisfied with the answer?
You have to be, because I can't give you anything else.
Yeah, this is very interesting. And maybe this is also lead us to learn more about how they cope with the pandemic situation. And this is a kind of a good study, I guess, Aaron. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say a lot of these larger scale agricultural production facilities that need a regular market, it'd be really fascinating to see, and not just in Vietnam, but of course also in Indonesia, how they're shifting their supply chains, how they're trying to get around. At least, I don't know what's happening in Indonesia right now, but in the United States for almost a year, most of our restaurants were completely closed. Mm-hmm. You know, and so we had a lot of supply chain issues across the board in any number of things, including like toilet paper and paper towels. and how these agriculture producers that have a product that expires, right? You can't just store it. How that is all very fascinating for.
Okay, thank you very much. And there are two more questions from Jemima and Ms. Ramtiur. Maybe Jemima first, and please raise your question. Jemima.
I'm sorry, the mic isn't on. So there are two questions based on his presentations. So first of all, is there any difficulties for women to participate in this business? And second, are there any special characteristics for Vietnam women entrepreneurs compared to other women entrepreneurs from the research that you have conducted? Thank you.
Yeah. Please.
Thank you, Yamima. Those are both excellent questions. I will try to give you an answer as good as the questions, but we'll see. So first, the complicated thing here is that I'm referring to not necessarily, okay, they're Vietnamese by nationality. That is, if they get a passport, they're considered Vietnamese, but they're not ethnic Vietnamese. And that makes a difference because they are coming from more marginalized communities than most kin or most ethnic Vietnamese. So these are women up in higher mountains that do not speak Vietnamese, that come out of a different cultural traditions than quote unquote ethnic Vietnamese. So one of the things that's challenging is, for example, you know, if you wanted to start a business in Jakarta, you have access to the internet. You have access to things like Facebook or WhatsApp or different sort of social media platforms, which would allow you to market your products, find out the cost of marketing in the village. A lot of these communities both don't have electricity and do not have internet. So one challenge is the lack of infrastructure in place. Another challenge is the overall lack of education. That is, meeting a high school graduate is rare. Meeting a junior high school graduate can be rare, particularly amongst women. There are some features within some of these ethnic minority cultures where the men are more dominant. And I think that also has a way of manifesting itself in difficulties for some of these women. So these are, I would say, certain specific challenges to entrepreneurship that these women face, whether they are any different than women's challenges in other cultures. I would say probably yes, but also no. I mean, because those same phenomena can be applied, the same things I just said could be applied to a lot of ethnic minority women in the United States and the challenges that they face. I think I answered your question.
Yeah. Okay.
Did I?
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kingsbury. There are a lot more questions, but I suggest them to write it down in the chat rooms, and you can answer it by writing in this chat room, because the time is very short and limited.
Okay.
But I would like to invite our faculty member, Dr. Lamtiur Tampupolen, to raise her issues concerning this in this phenomenon. Thank you. Bu Lamtiur, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agung. Hello, Aaron. It must be hard for you, maybe from the other side of the world. Yes, I think I've been to this community. This is Hamong, yeah. This is very traditional and ethnic. And once I went to their market, and I noticed that women with the beautiful dress, selling clothes and other property like earrings, something else. So I didn't see that women there selling like animals. In my observation, yeah, from the short visit, because I'm a tourist at that time, animals was what belong to the male. So, but you mentioned that in your presentation that before the pandemic, that women also has income from the pork. But how can they have access then? Because yeah, as long as my observation that women just only involved with the dress or other ethnicity things. And I was stunned with the market, traditional market, because the market is like a media for them to show up. And maybe for the young girls, it's to find another boyfriend, to be a boyfriend. So they make up, it's very interesting. So what's your opinion about that, about women, how can they have access to animals like pork, pig? Thank you.
So I thank you for your question. I think your observations were very good. I'll talk about the media, the social networks that are created at markets. Yeah, market day is a big day, and especially in the higher communities like where you went, or the Hmong. And you're right. That's where a lot of communication happens. That's where people are learning. This boy is free, this girl is free. Maybe we should get them together. Da, 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 da. In terms of animals, so I've been to a number of livestock markets. That is the selling of like living animals, water buffalo. What else? Mostly water buffalo. I went to a water buffalo market. These are typically by men. I didn't see a woman in the entire place except the people I was traveling with. But in the wet markets where you have, for example, small little chicks for chickens, where you have meat for sale, where you have like particularly pork for sale, or freshwater fish, or dog, some of the other meats that are regularly consumed. It's the women selling those things at the market. So in terms of the family behind the house, they'll have 4 or 5 pigs. The woman will be responsible for feeding those pigs because the man may not be there. He might be in Hanoi doing a construction job, or even overseas doing a construction job in some factory in Japan or something. But she will then use those pigs. She'll slaughter, they'll clean, or she'll go to her women's cooperative, and they've taught her how to do these different slaughterings and things and cleaning the meat. And they could be sold at the wet market. One of the issues that I mentioned, things like no Facebook or these things, is because for them to make contact, for these women to make contact with larger cities, even specialized restaurants that are looking for ethnic minority pork, just as a branding marketing sort of scheme, it's difficult because they can't get the meat there quickly because the roads are often bad, particularly in the rainy seasons.
Yes.
And the other issue is, how to make connections between somebody in a very rural community that only has 3 pigs and a restaurant in a bigger city that wants 100 pigs every 2 days to feed a big market. And so, yes, there are opportunities for people to communicate, right? They're humans, obviously, but at the same time, to be able to expand or to take advantage of some of the technologies, the infrastructure is not there to even give them a base from which to stand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kingsbury, for the inspiring and interesting presentations today. And because the time limit, we have to finish now. And as a token of appreciation, we would like to hand you virtually the e-certificates. Please, Afe, to upload to share the certificate, and we will hand it to Professor Aaron Kingsbury. Yeah, Professor Aaron Kingsbury.
Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. I enjoyed meeting with you, and hopefully I'll see you face to face again soon, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. And please give a big applause virtually to Professor Aaron Kingsbury. Yeah, you can use your reactions here virtually. Yeah. Thank you very much, Aaron. Yeah.
Thank you. You have a wonderful afternoon, everybody.
Thank you very much. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have the second invited speaker who joined us from very far away from Indonesia, from Peru, and precisely from Arequipa. Yeah, and we have in this conference our distinguished speakers, Mr. Daniel Malpartida, CFA. Please allow me to introduce Daniel. Daniel Malpartida is a full-time lecturer at the Department of Business and Economic Sciences of Universidad Católica San Pablo from Peru, from Arequipa, Peru, where he previously served as a department director. He is a member of Keman's advisory board, the alumni scholarship committee, and the university representative to the Alumni Entrepreneurs Association. He earns an MBA from IESE Business School and a BA in Business Administration from Universidad Católica San Pablo. He also graduated with distinction from the Central Reserve Bank of Peru's summer program in advanced finance and held the CFA designation. Daniel has been a part-time lecturer at Universidad de Piura and Universidad del Pacífico, and lectured at the Central Reserve Bank of Peru's summer program in advanced finance. He has over 8 years experience in asset management, fixed income and derivatives as portfolio manager at the Central Reserve Bank of Peru and summer associate at Bank of America Merrill Lynch, structuring VP at BBVA Peru, and an investment associate at Easy Capitales. Additionally, Daniel is an independent board of at Caja Rural in Kasur, microfinance institutions, and member of the investment committee at Bloom SEF and independent asset manager and academic director at RD Pro. Without further ado, I would like to invite Daniel, my friend, and yeah, mic is yours, Daniel.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Agung. I'm very glad to be here with you this morning, this evening. So I will share now my screen. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Jakarta, and everyone in Indonesia, and good evening from Arequipa, Peru. Today, I will present how digital finance and financial technology can help improve financial inclusion, and I will include some Latin American cases during the COVID-19 crisis. So today's session, today's title is Digital Finance and Financial Inclusion in a Changing World. First, I will talk about how the COVID-19 pandemic made evident the low levels of financial inclusion and the large unbanked populations in many emerging countries. So around the world, the most vulnerable segments of the population experience lower levels of financial inclusion. On one hand, the poorer segments of the population represent a disproportionate share of the unbanked, and on the other hand, women also experience lower account ownership in most countries. Digitalization and financial technology have reduced the gap in financial inclusion, but technology and infrastructure are only a small part of the problem. And although digitalization has accelerated since the COVID-19 pandemic started, financial inclusion remains a challenge in many developing economies, which demands more structural reforms. So first, I will highlight some financial inclusion figures from Indonesia and also from my own country, Peru. So, around the world, 1.7 billion people do not have an account in a financial institution. And almost half of the unbanked population are concentrated in only 7 countries: China, India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Nigeria, Mexico, and Bangladesh. Indonesia has the world's 4th largest unbanked population, with 95 billion adults who lack an account. Peru is over here, and in my country, 13 million people don't have an account. It's worth noting that Peru is a smaller country, and our population is smaller than Jakarta's. Also, women are overrepresented among the world's unbanked. Almost 1 billion people around the world do not have an account, making them 56% of the unbanked population. Although in developed economies, the gender gap has closed, there is still a 9% gap in developing economies. Indonesia is an exception, where 51% of women have an account versus 46% of men. In Peru, it's the opposite. Peru has a large gap. Only 34% of women have an account, and 51% of men do have an account. Also, financial inclusion is also significantly lower among poorer households. 27% of unbanked adults belong to the lowest income quintile. It's twice the share of the highest quintile. In most developing economies, there is a significant gap between the richer and the poorer segments of the population. For example, Indonesia has a 20% gap. 37% of adults in the poorest 40% of households have an account, but versus 57% in the richest 57%. In Peru, the gap is even wider. 27% of the poorest households have an account versus 53% of the richest households. So we know that financial intermediaries and markets bring together lenders and borrowers and help economize on transaction and information costs. However, financial intermediaries are constrained by costs and risks. And financial intermediaries face high fixed costs that require economies of scale in order for the unit costs to make sense. Serving clients who only make few or small transactions is not cost efficient, because the unit cost of each client and each transaction could still be high. And also, serving small markets with few clients is also very costly. Also, small and informal businesses tend to be too risky for traditional lenders. And also, small populations make it difficult to diversify specific risks. Financial institutions tend to react to these higher costs and risks by translating the higher costs to clients as high bank fees, which in turn result very expensive for large parts of the population. Also, documentation requirements are too burdensome or impossible for lower income segments of the population who don't have a lot of the documents which are required by traditional banking and traditional lenders. So we could say that traditional banking relies on a minimum degree of formality, a minimum volume of transactions, and a minimum set of risk management tools. Then I would like to talk about financial innovation, and I would like to say that financial innovation is not necessarily technological. Therefore, I will start with microfinance, which is a non-technological innovation. Given the inability or unwillingness of traditional banking system to reach large population segments, microfinance has helped overcome many barriers that borrowers experience with traditional lenders, such as documentation, which is commonly non-existent in informal populations in emerging markets. So one successful case is Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, which was led by Muhammad Yunus, who earned a Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. So the microfinance approach is basically credit-led. That's one of the main concerns about this approach, because even though this approach helps expand credit to many people who were previously unbanked, it doesn't cover other financial needs that financially excluded population may have. Also, the microfinance model is labor intensive and highly reliant on face-to-face interaction, which also makes it very expensive and in some cases unprofitable and reliant on donor money. On the other hand, of course, there is technology-driven innovation, which is not necessarily high-tech. So one of the most important innovations in emerging countries has been mobile money, which is a low-tech solution that relies on basic mobile phones and an agent network. The most successful case, M-Pesa, was launched in Kenya in 2007. Since the launch of M-Pesa, the share of bank population tripled from 27% to 83% in Kenya in 13 years. Also, by 2019, 79% of the population in Kenya used mobile money accounts. So which are the critical advantages that made this model successful and helped bring financial inclusion to the population? First, lower costs. And this system leveraged on the existing fixed costs of the mobile network. So bringing people into the system had minimum marginal costs. Second, the agent network is cheaper than bank branches and also is more widespread and closer to clients. Third, it accepts clients with a smaller number and size of transactions from cumbersome documentation that might be required by traditional banks. Also, it made it easier to build trust for both parties. On one hand, the user didn't incur the risk of becoming delinquent for missing payments because they didn't receive a credit. This was a payment platform. And also the provider was not facing default from a borrower because, again, this is a payment platform. And last but not least, unlike the traditional microfinance credit-led approach, M-Pesa was a payment-led approach, which addressed a more immediate and permanent need for safer and rapid payments. Now I will present some cases in Latin America. In this region, the public sector led efforts in cooperation with the private sector, banks, and telcos in order to promote digital payments through mobile and digital wallets. So in Peru, we had BIM, Billetera Móvil, which was a collaboration between banks, regulators, and telcos. This is an open platform which is targeted mainly to the unbanked population. And it is also a low-tech solution because it works with any kind of mobile phone, not necessarily a smartphone, because it relies on text messages. Then Mexico, they created CODI, which means Cobro Digital, digital payment. This is a tool that promotes mobile payments, but it required a smartphone and a bank account. So even though it was not a tool to promote financial inclusion, it did accelerate digital payments. And Brazil, during the pandemic, created Pix, which was promoted by the Central Bank of Brazil. It was an open platform which allowed to send money only using the receiver's mobile number or email. So it didn't require, it was very simple. It is very simple to use. Then the COVID-19 pandemic started, and during this crisis, the government started to provide subsidies to the most vulnerable segments, as several economic sectors were shut down due to the COVID-19 crisis. One big problem was that most subsidy beneficiaries were unbanked citizens who didn't have a bank account or any financial product before the pandemics. So as beneficiaries flocked to cash out their government payments to bank branches, these branches collapsed and increased the risk of contagion. So during the COVID-19 crisis, after these failed attempts during the initial months of the pandemic, governments turned to digital financial services platforms to reach millions of people with these social relief programs. And I would like to highlight that a common factor in many countries was that most of the aid recipients never had previous access to the formal financial system. So we'll see some cases in Peru. Some legislation was passed to automatically open basic bank accounts for any citizens over the age of 18 to accelerate subsidy payments. It received the name of Cuenta DNI ID account, which is a 100% digital basic savings account at Banco de la Nación, which is the state-owned bank. The objective of Cuenta DNI was to prevent crowding at bank branches so that people could withdraw money from ATMs or agents. So this account allows cardless cash withdrawals in ATMs with SMS verification. And on a second stage, it also enables mobile payments without the need of a debit card and only with a validation code sent to the user's mobile phone via text message. In Chile, a similar measure was created, Cuenta Root, which is also an ID account. It's a digital cost-free bank account at Banco Estado, which is also the state-owned bank. The objective was similar, to prevent mobilization of people to bank branches in order to withdraw their subsidies. And also, the state-owned bank created Compra Aquí, which means buy here, a mobile payment applications for their clients, which also now included the subsidy beneficiaries who now had a bank account at Banco Estado. And then at Colombia, the government cooperated with banks and fintechs to deliver subsidies to the most vulnerable families. In order to open a bank account, it required only a mobile phone and the ID number. So also the accounts open to receive the subsidies became the first financial product for more than 2.5 million citizens in Colombia. So these solutions I would like to conclude that this set of solutions in 3 different countries will build on 2 things that almost everybody has: an ID number and a mobile phone. And also these were agile and incremental solutions because on one hand, the main functionalities were available to users with any kind of phone and were accessible with text messages, whereas more advanced features were also available on smartphones. And additionally, this agile approach allowed that the basic functions were released immediately and additional functions were progressively added. I would like to also mention that not only fintech, but also big tech drives financial innovation and inclusion. What do we mean by big tech? These are technology firms that venture into providing financial services. For example, the case of M-Pesa in Kenya, which was created by a telecommunications company, Safaricom, which is now Vodafone, and M-Pesa is one of the most successful mobile money platforms, which was launched by a telecommunications company, not a financial services company. And also e-commerce, Mercado Libre, which is the leading e-commerce site in Latin America. First, they launched Mercado Pago, a payment service for purchases within their own platform, and then Mercado Crédito, that allowed Mercado Libre to lend money to the vendors in their e-commerce platform. Then I would like to mention that even though digital payments may look similar around the world, they work very differently in developed and emerging companies. In developed markets, Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, Amazon Pay, or Google Pay rely on existing credit card infrastructure. Some of these payment methods even collaborate with financial firms. For example, the Apple Card, which partner with Goldman Sachs in the United States. On the other hand, in emerging markets, we have Alipay, WeChat Pay, M-Pesa, or Mercado Pago, which use a separate payments infrastructure that relies on their own core business. Also, digital payments or mobile banking does not mean the same in developing economies. In many emerging countries, citizens are much more likely to have a mobile phone than a debit or credit card. Likewise, many retailers are more likely to accept mobile payments than having a point-of-sale terminal. And finally, mobile banking is not necessarily app-based, but rather SMS-based when in locations that don't have internet coverage or for users who cannot afford smartphones. Then we know that fintech relies on data, behaviors, and algorithms that traditional lenders don't use. Also, that traditional lending suffers from biases arising from face-to-face interaction and other subjective issues. In fintech, the lack of face-to-face interaction and the use of algorithms reduce the subjective biases that affect borrowers coming from minorities. For example, social media footprint and internet browsing history provide a more democratic evaluation criteria. However, the use of big data could also potentially undermine the effectiveness of policies or subsidies that are targeted to promote or that are enjoyed by minorities. Nevertheless, the net effect in fintech is always positive, meaning that borrowers that might usually be excluded by traditional banking are more likely to receive a loan from fintech companies. Also, big tech can also be a powerful player in financial inclusion. In developing economies, many small and medium enterprises lack the minimum requirements that traditional banking demands. For example, Mercado Libre's proprietary internal rating assesses credit risk better than credit bureau ratings. Why is that? Because they incorporate transaction data and machine learning, resulting in more granular ratings that make a better evaluation of the borrowers. This allows Mercado Libre to lend to vendors who would have been categorized as too risky by conventional credit bureau ratings and would have been excluded by traditional lenders. Technology and network infrastructure are only a piece of the puzzle. On top of that, we need appropriate regulations and consumer safeguards, including an adaptable and flexible regulatory framework. Financial services must be tailored to serve the needs of disadvantaged populations, first-time users who may have low education, digital literacy, or numeric skills. Also, disadvantaged populations could be more vulnerable to fraud, such as identity theft or misuse of financial products, such as overspending or over-indebting. Thank you very much for your time, and I believe there are some questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. This is a very interesting presentation about the innovation in financial technology, and you brilliantly related with inclusions, yeah, because we know that there are out there are so many people who are not bankable, can be reached by the technology, but always every innovation or every technology has two sides, positive and negative, right? So we would like to invite, there are so many questions here, but first I would like to invite Dr. Rosdiana Sijabat to raise questions, and please in a short question, right? And then Miss Chini after that. Please, Rosdiana. You're still mute, yeah. You're still muted.
Yeah, I have to wait for the host to unmute. Okay, thank you, Dr. Daniel. It is very excellent presentations about the financial inclusion. In Indonesia, our financial inclusion rate is about, Pak Agung, can you hear my voice? All right. Mr. Daniel, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, perfectly. Yes.
I'll repeat my question. Mr. Daniel, in Indonesia, our financial inclusion rate is about 70% of the total population. At the same time, 6% of the unbankable peoples around the globe are in Indonesia. And due to the pandemic, and also due to the increasing e-commerce transactions, we do have skyrocketing digital payment recently. But at the same time, we also facing a crucial problem about the peer-to-peer lending. So one of the cause of the skyrocketing digital payment is due to Indonesia is the largest e-commerce market in ASEAN countries. And because of that, financial transactions through the digital payment is increasing significantly. But at the other side, we have facing a negative impact of the growing peer-to-peer lending, which is not really controllable by our financial security services. I want to get the perspective from a parent perspective from the government. How does the regulation can balance the effective consumer protections so the poor consumer, probably middle and lower income income earner who usually does not have sufficient good knowledge about the financial literacy from the parent perspective, because it is one of our problem at current time. Thank you, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you, Rosiana, for your question. So one of the issues or problems with fintech is that technology tends to be faster than regulation. So regulation needs to catch up with the pace of technology. One effort that has been set up in Peru is regulatory sandboxes for fintech and other technology applications. So that there is a controlled environment where new technologies can be tested, where with some flexibility, with some adaptive regulation. So in order to then upscale the solutions, because at least in our context, the regulators tend to protect very much the retail investors and a banking client and the retail clients. Thank you. Agung, there is a question from the chat. Can we read that?
Oh, one more from the
yes,
Ms. Chini Liu. Dr. Chini, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Daniel. Actually, my question is a bit similar with Ms. Rosdiana, because digital services may be one of the solutions during the pandemic and after the pandemic. And World Economic Forum also mentioned that one of the challenges of digital financial services and other digital services is cybersecurity. And this is due to the regulation of the government and digital literacy rate of the users. And like Ms. Rosdiana said, we also have this kind of problem in our country, but maybe you have mentioned one of the problem in Peru, but how about the digital literacy of the user? How to overcome the situation? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
This
you
is
for your
digital
question.
literacy. Yeah. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, as I mentioned in my last slide, I think that an important challenge is financial education and digital literacy, because if we're using digital services to bring the unbanked into the banking system to include more people financially, we need to be aware that many of these are first-time users who may not be digitally literate, who may have these shortcomings in the use of technology. So financial services need to be tailored to these needs. So it should be an effort not only from fintech companies, but also promoted by the government and the regulators in order to prevent frauds and all these cybersecurity problems that you mentioned.
Yeah.
And just to finish, so it needs to be part of a large financial education effort.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. I think it's also answered a question raised by Dr. Chini. Yeah, it is the role of the bigger institutions. Yeah, the communities, the governments, and also the companies. Yeah, we have to educate the people, and then also to enhance or to increase the digital literacy and to prevent a kind of negative effect of this innovation. Yeah, again, we limit by the time. Daniel, thank you very much for the very excellent presentation on these topics. And I think we can collaborate together to make a comparative study on fintech innovations between Latin America, Asia, or Indonesia, Peru, or something like that. Bu Rosiana and other faculty members is very open to do that. Yeah, Bu Rosiana. Yeah. And I apologize. My apology to those who write the questions in the chat room, because we do not have time anymore. And I would like to ask Daniel, would you like to answer it?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we will hand over the hand in the certificate. Maybe Bu Nian, could you please to send the e-certificate to Mr. Daniel Malpartida, CFA. Yeah, this is our token appreciations for your presentation, Daniel. Yeah,
thank you very much, Agung.
Yeah, Bu Nian.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Daniel Malpartida, to become our invited speakers. We have a fruitful discussion in discussing about finance in specific, and then hope we can have a more fruitful discussion in the next future. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Please give the big applause virtually to Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then I would like to hand over the mic to our Master of Ceremony, to Afe. What will we do now?
Thank you, Dr. Agung Nugroho as moderator, and also thank you to Mr. Aaron Kingsbury and Mr. Daniel Malpartida. I believe that we learned a lot from our great speakers today about business resilience and sustainability during this pandemic era. And this could be very useful for us, both in running our business or planning our future. So for the next agenda, we invite you to join the parallel session. Participants will be divided into several breakout rooms, which have been informed by email. And also we will re-inform about the rooms in the chat box. For attendees who have not renamed according to your room, please change your name now, so the committee can invite you to your breakout room. If you have any difficulties in joining breakout room, please ask our committee. And the parallel session will be done for an hour and a half, then will be continued with lunch break. Afterwards, we will continue our next agenda, that is second plenary session. So please enter your breakout room now, and you can return to this room at 1 p.m.
join a breakout room. Sanso, lagunya bikin ngantuk dah. Ada yang lain nggak?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For participants who have finished your breakout room, you can take a break for lunch first, and you can return into this room in 1 p.m. to continue our second plenary session. I repeat once again, for participants who have finished your breakout room, you can take a break now or take your lunch, and you can return into this room at 1 p.m. to continue our second plenary session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor Ufa, Isra.
Good morning.
Good morning. In
So
here,
we manage, right?
yes. Session is begin because the parallel session just ended. Good morning in Europe. In here is afternoon now. Mr. Andre, Heike.
Morning.
Morning. Afternoon. We are.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Some of our friends still take a lunch, and we begin in after lunch. In Indonesia time is 1 o'clock. Hello, Prof. Letter. What about in Germany? Is good?
No, everything is fine. We've 8 o'clock now, and
8 o'clock in Germany.
Yeah, very early for me.
Prof. Heike.
The courses start regularly at 10 o'clock, so it's very, very early for me.
Because,
yeah, the same here. The same here. It's also 8 o'clock, and it's also before my wake up time.
Okay. Sorry, Professor Puva. Because we are start now because our friend from Peru and from USA already midnight now, so we are to make a schedule because we have three many different times between America, Peru, Germany, Namibia, and also Bulgaria, also Indonesia in ASEAN. So it's a little bit difficult to arrange. Thank you, Professor Puva. Where are you in Bulgaria?
Thank you very much. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, so it's the timing for me is excellent. Okay. Unfortunately, and we have excellent weather today. Maybe it's like Indian summer.
Okay.
Unfortunately, as I mentioned and I mentioned in my presentation, we are exposed to the very high level of people infected by Delta. So, and practically we have half lockdown, and at the university, we are working online with our students. So, but we hope for the better future, right?
Okay, yes, I hope so. In Indonesia now, we are still working from home, and my student also still study from home. But the situation is getting better. The situation, the transportation, the market, and the other thing is come back to normal again, except just for the student, because we are very careful about this thing. But we hope that everything is okay now. In the peak time, in the peak
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm back again to the main room.
Hello, Pak Adi. Did I disconnect or something?
No, we are fine, Pak Alphonse. We are back in the main room. We have finished with the parallel session.
Okay, thank you, Miss Rosdiana.
Hello, everyone. Pak Samso or Afe, can we move to the main room from the VIP room and then start the session, the second plenary session? Afe or Pak? Ya, kita udah bisa mulai ya, Afe. Okay, good.
Okay, good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We will start our second plenary session. Please welcome our honorable speakers, Professor Heike Winsius Theophilus, PhD, from Namibia University of Science and Technology, and Professor Doctor of Science Bistra Boeva from the University for National and World Economic Studies, Sofia, Bulgaria, and Professor Dr. Andre M. Lato from Westphalian University of Applied Sciences, Germany. For Dr. Repol Agung Nugroho MM as our moderator, please you can continue the plenary session.
Yeah, thank you, Ave. Good morning to our distinguished guests, distinguished speakers from Bulgaria. Good morning in Germany and also Namibia. And good morning to all, good afternoon to all audiences in Indonesia. Yeah, I'm so excited to join this conference because yeah, in this pandemic situation, we can still meet each other with the help of technology. And the first challenge was the time difference, of course. Yeah, we have maybe 5 to 6 time difference, time to 6 hours difference with the speakers who live in Europe and in the north part of the globe and in Namibia, the south part of the globe. And I appreciate Professor Bistra, Professor Heike, and Professor Professor Andre, who joined us today, although it is still very early in the morning. So I hope you have already had your breakfast. And thank you so much for being supportive to our conference today. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to introduce our distinguished speakers in this second part of our plenary sessions. I would like to invite Professor Heike Winsius Theophilus and to introduce her to you, all of the participants here. Professor Heike Winsius Theophilus is a professor in the Faculty of Computing and Informatics at the Namibia University of Science and Technology. And her research focuses on co-designing technologies with indigenous and marginalized communities. Since 2018, she has led the Indigenous Knowledge Research Clusters, consisting of staff members, doctoral students, and doctors, master, and honor students, external international research collaborations in partnership with local indigenous knowledge holders. The project has been supported by local and international grants, and in 2014, she co-chaired the 13 participatory participatory design conference in Windhoek, Namibia, which is, it was hosted in the Africa for the first time, right? And she introduced local design challenges as a novel conference element, whereby international participants collaborated with local citizens in designing practical solutions. Concerned with socio-economic challenges in the country, such as the high youth unemployment rates, gender-based violence, reading cultures, and general living conditions in the informal settlements, she has established several research-based community outreach innovation projects contributing to societal transformation. And she currently leads a local tech innovation hub promoting inclusive innovations, facilitating edutech innovation design with public school learners, and digital tourism with indigenous communities. So, Heike, I don't want to use your time, your precious time. So, please, I invite you to share your knowledge and experience, and the mic is yours now. Please.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be speaking at this conference. Besides sharing my knowledge, I would also want to share my screen. Can I just do that? Or?
Yes, please. Not yet appeared. Yes.
Okay. Can you all see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So the only disadvantage with this setup is that I can't see anybody anymore, and I can't see what you see.
Okay. Yeah. No problem.
Okay.
Please
So
proceed.
yeah. So I would like you to just bear with me, because I'm from computer science, so of course I'm heavily biased towards digitalization. And so I would like to share with you a perspective from having been on the African continent for many decades now, on digital inclusion, which is then the basis for business resilience and sustainability. So I hope you get inspired by the speech. So I would like to start with what we have learned during the pandemic, because I think that was a very important chapter for everybody on, especially in the business sector, because there was a lot of disturbances. And I think in order to be resilient in business, it is all about always being on top of what matters, to recognize opportunities and see what is happening in the world, and move with actually what is of importance at a certain point of time, because otherwise you become obsolete. And so if we are looking just a short, so I just share with you one screenshot of a website. And another thing I would like to promote is, of course, also the South-South cooperation. So it is not always, from a global perspective, we don't always need to look at the global north, because there's enough resources in the south.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we're looking at what really mattered during the last 2 years, so the first point was, of course, health, well-being of people. So that was the first urgency. And how did we ensure that this could happen? So one of the important aspects is the collaboration around it. And now it's covering my screen. And the next important aspect was, of course, technology, because we had to bridge the physical distances through technology. But then from a business perspective, what is important to recognize opportunities here. So instead of going down, it was all about how do we make sure we are still part of the new business world. And another really important aspect was innovation, because everything was new for everybody actually. And so it was important that everybody would think of solutions. And that's where the aspect of inclusion comes in. So it's not only the big companies, it's not only Facebook, Google who had to innovate, but on the ground. And the other important aspect, of course, all along was education. So most of the nations were always concerned on how do we ensure education continues. And there the aspect of diversity comes in, because conditions were different. Also, the education had to be really different. And again, from a business aspect, it was all about how do we leverage what resources we have on the ground. So everything is kind of based on this aspect of well-being of society. So everything either way should be geared towards well-being, and that also includes, of course, the ecosystem. And
excuse me, Heike.
Yeah.
Are you still in the first slide?
No, I'm on the third slide.
Yeah, because this is still in the first slide in my screen. It is still in the cover.
In which one?
And the first one.
The one with the pandemic.
No, the title.
Huh. Okay, should I try again or?
Yes.
Okay, what can you see now?
Yes, the third one. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, let's see if, and now can you see the circle?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So then I just jumped the other slide, but that's fine.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that the business world has to orient themselves in the current situation of what we have. So the focus, of course, should always be on well-being of living beings, well-being of the ecological system. And then it's all about in which way can technology support this, in which way can we innovate in this space and educate. So all four of them are linked together, and out of it comes then the business opportunities. And so maybe I just want to, in terms of the innovation, so when I talk of inclusive innovation, I do not mean like usually it's understood as communities participate in their own solution in their little village. So I'm talking of inclusive innovation in the sense that people who were excluded from innovation are now included. That means communities, that means children, marginalized, indigenous, but not only for solutions in their village, but for global solutions. And this is quite an important aspect because for a decade, we have been working with indigenous communities, innovating, but also creating innovations or ideas that are very useful for the rest of the world and not just in their own community. So these are important aspects, and the same on the education. It is very important to acknowledge diversity. So we are not looking at a universal education, but we are looking at what can each country, what can each local context bring to a richer education. And so those are basic concepts that equally in the business world should be recognized. So we are looking at what can the global South bring that would enrich the global North, actually, or the entire globe, actually. So I'm just taking you for an example of digital community. And the idea with me taking you through this example is to inspire you in terms of saying, we have worked with the most extreme, with the most remote rural communities. And if what we have done is possible, then it's possible in any context. So any context you find yourself in, universities you can work with your local context to build up sustainable and resilient businesses. So what are the steps involved in order to create this digital community initiatives? So the classical one, of course, is the digital presence, where content and services are created. Then we have the marketing around, and then we have to ensure that there's local technical capacity building and there's a support system to maintain it all. What is now new is what we are saying is, okay, this is no longer enough because the competition is way too high. So what are we looking at? We are looking at inclusive innovation to enrich whatever services or content we are providing. And the other important thing is the integration into global platforms and not just to remain on a local level.
Yeah. Heike,
yeah.
You still also still stuck in the third version, the third slide. So do you mind if I help you sharing the PowerPoint and just tell me where when I have to move to the other, yeah?
Okay.
One moment, please. This one. Oh. This one. One moment. Now, can you see the slide, Heike?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Okay, so I'm on the next one now.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so what I was saying is it is important to integrate with the global platforms, but there's several issues that I'm sure the ones who have been working in the global South have encountered. So we have the small scale entrepreneurs, but they cannot link up with the global funders, with the global partners because of a social cultural gap. Also, it has been, oops, no, you pressed too fast, one back, yeah.
Okay,
also, the most small-scale entrepreneurs cannot access global platforms for several reasons, either be it the technology, be it the language skills, be it the understanding of what is actually happening on all these platforms. Then what we have done is we have built local platforms adapted to the small-scale entrepreneurs in their own languages and everything. But then the problem with those ones is that the international funders, partners are not logging into those platforms or even using them. So then the next aspect we have been looking at is how can we integrate those local platforms in global platforms? But then there has been a lot of technical issues. And so one of the practical suggestion which actually works, which we are suggesting, you can press now, is the establishment of local tech mediators. So we have educated a whole set of mediators, of people in the local context who are knowledgeable about global platforms, local platforms, and who then advise the small scale entrepreneurs. So they are human contact points to ensure that the small scale entrepreneurs actually reach the global market. And so I think this is a very important concept that you could also then use in your business strategies. Okay, next one. So I would like to share two stories with two very, very small communities, villages, that have gone a long way in terms of this digitalization. And this serves as an example for you of what is actually possible. So one village is in Namibia, in Dongabos, in the middle of the Kalahari Desert, with approximately 200 inhabitants. And the other one is in Long Lamai on Borneo Island, a small community, also very remote, with about 500 people. Okay, next. So in Long Lamai, it's in indigenous communities, the Penans, which are semi-nomadic. I think they only actually settled 50 years ago. So they still have a lot of traditions in terms of working in the jungle. And so they're very traditional. And so the local university has then created a long-time collaboration with the community. They have supported the establishment of a community telecenter. And then with the community telecenter, a lot of activities were then supported, like the cultural knowledge, so sharing of cultural knowledge. What the village offered is like homestays, so researchers, mostly researchers, but also some tourists could come and stay there, so that would create new incomes. Then they established a whole new branch in e-commerce, and of course relations with the government. So as you can see, it's a highly integrated system that was supported by the university since 2009 and has grown. So I've been in this village or working with this village since 2011, and I have seen the difference that this collaboration has made. Next slide. So what was it built on? So in the first place, there was a telecenter and a mobile tower. So the physical infrastructure was set up by Malaysia. And then the university came in and did ICT trainings and spread out into healthcare solutions and educational solutions as the basis of development. And then I came in working with my colleague Tarek Saman on mostly cultural heritage, because we saw a lot of parallels between the Borneo indigenous people and the ones in Namibia. And we immediately moved into the innovation space because there were so many particular things that could be that were special to this village or to this region. And just to give you an example is they have developed in their nomadic life a secret sign language in the jungle. And then with this secret sign language, the elders were concerned that the youth doesn't learn the language anymore. And therefore we developed a number of technologies around this. And those technologies are so original because, I mean, they don't exist anywhere else in the world. And we won a whole set of innovation awards, but also it creates a number of businesses around those applications. So this is one of the paths to leverage local resources or local speciality to create innovation and to create new businesses. And everybody was involved in the village to create those technologies. And then, of course, on the other side, you see the classical one, the ecotourism and the e-commerce around it. So with the digitalization, they were able to increase the sales of their handicrafts and homestays and all these things. Okay. Next slide. So then on the other side, in parallel, we were working with a small village in the desert. And there it was a bit different. There was no infrastructure. When we started straight with innovation, because we opened the innovation hub and then we had Dongapos as the first community as partners in the innovation. So we jumped straight into the innovation and then complemented it later on with research, with making sure there's commercialization, there's training, and then there's infrastructure. So as we are working with the community, all these things are built up, but we jumped straight into innovation. So no long way of building infrastructure, building capacity, because then everything is built in parallel. Next slide. So we started off with the augmented reality fridge magnets because that's a very low tech innovation actually. So the community on the job learned how to script, how to make movies, how to market those. First of all, how to choose which kind of scenes are interesting for tourists, how to make the movies for the augmented reality, and how to produce the augmented reality magnets. So the magnets went the full cycle with the community, from design to development to sales, and they are now for sale in the market. Next slide. So we spend a lot of time also on the development of the marketing. And again, the community learned all along the marketing, how to present themselves, how to make videos, how to attract tourists actually. And with all that knowledge during the COVID time, for example, there was a COVID competition on how to communicate COVID, and then they won a laptop because they had the skills to develop such a movie. So those are just the side effects of the training. Okay, next one. Then the community said, yeah, but we also want physical tourists in our village. We don't just want to work on technology. And how can we do that? And so we had several workshops of developing the website. And along the website, we actually developed the entire business model around the tourism in terms of what services to provide, how much to charge, all those things they hadn't thought about. And so the whole process was in parallel to the development of the website. But then once the website was done, unfortunately, COVID came. So next slide. So they had set up, like you can see on the top image, okay, you can see the car. So they had prepared the campsite, and then a bit down, you can see this, the round huts. So they had prepared a living museum for the visitors, but now there were no visitors. And so what did they do? They then started developing digital tours. So, okay, because we had the equipment with drones and 360 cameras, so we went there, and then the community developed entire set of digital tours for tourists to then actually attract them once COVID is over. And of course, so the idea was also to create games and things like that that would then bring money in case the COVID continues any longer. Then there would have been businesses online. Okay, next slide. And at the same time, we also move into the whole virtual reality space because we see a lot of business opportunities, but also opportunities to safeguard cultural heritage. in one together. So we have a major research project running in terms of designing virtual reality games, so that the indigenous communities are no longer just the receiver of games, but they're actually the creator of games. And we also believe that there is a lot of opportunity for businesses in that. Okay, so those were the two stories of the two villages, and you can see they both moved very fast forward, following different processes. The one first with infrastructure and then training and then apps and then innovation. The other one, the other way around, first innovation and then the whole setup around followed. So both models are working. So now our last concern, of course, is now we have done all these projects with those communities, and there is now new entrepreneurs in the digital space, in the non-digital space. So how do we maintain this? So what we have, part of our model is that we scaffold inter-community support. So what we really make sure is that communities have enough knowledge to share with other communities. So the concept has been created in Malaysia, actually, with the e-Borneo conference, where communities share with other communities. So the university only works with one community, and then that community transfers the knowledge and the technology to the other communities. And so we have repeated this model here in Namibia, where we had run several new projects in other communities, where then community members from our first community started transferring their knowledge. So this is a very important thing to support as a university all along the process to create sustainability and resilience. Okay, next one. So now I just quickly touch on technology innovation in education, because again, I feel like we have been looking ways too much at the global north in terms of technology innovations. So we have been working with public schools since 2017, developing innovations. And recently, since the pandemic started, we have been designing online. And because we are online in any way, we took also this occasion, but okay, it was actually planned before, to ensure that children from different continents design together global platforms. Because normally they are not included, neither in the north nor in the south. It's usually teachers who are teachers or researchers designing technology, and they actually miss the point in many cases. So we have run 3 rounds now of working with Namibian children, Finnish children, and Malaysian children in developing different technologies together. So you can see a few screenshots here. We use different technologies. We use Skype, we use Oya, we use Miro, virtual reality. So different spaces in which the kids can then design online. And I would again want to appeal to everybody to make sure to work with your local resources. And again, also there's a lot of business opportunities in terms of original education that the global world is looking at. Next slide. So just to share a few of the ideas to show you how different children design when it's their time. So in the left bottom, you see the magic mirror. So that is one of the concepts that we have prototyped. And there the idea is you see the child with the helmet. So the child would disguise themselves as something, as a worker, as a princess, as anything. Then we recognize what the disguise is, and then the books will be suggested to the child. So in this case, because she wears this working helmet, Bob the Builder was suggested as a book for the child to read. So the child would actually search for interesting books by disguising themselves. So that was one of the original ideas they created. The other one is the spin the bottle game. So that's on a tablet, and then in that game, there would be different questions, activities that they would have to do, spell whatever, Mount Everest backwards, or something like educational games. During COVID, we reused the same game to play COVID health education games. So we used it at the university actually. And so this concept of a game can be reused in many contexts, but it was purely designed by children. And the last one you see is the map. So that is one of the international designs from the Finnish and the Malaysian children. So they developed a game where there's some thieves that steal national animals and drop them somewhere else in the world. And then the second team has to rescue those animals by identifying the right food and relocating the animals back. So that was one of the games for geography, to learn about animals, about contexts, etc., etc. So you can see that it's very different from the ordinary textbooks or even the digital platforms you have seen around in education. So again, a lot of business opportunities in this field, and there's also there will always be funding for this kind of initiatives. And with that, okay, I just want to leave you with that there is a lot of inclusive business opportunities in the Global South. They are really endless, and especially in the changing world, and it is important to leverage your local resources. So this is my message to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Heike. Oh, it is a very inspiring presentation about your project, Heike, and how you explain how the high tech can also help the indigenous people, and then how to connect it into the global initiatives, and then I'll try to find using the local resources for the innovation or something like that. And the last, your last message is that inclusive business opportunities are endless, make us also more optimistic that our way, that our value that we have to support the inclusive business is being supported by Professor Winsir Theophilus from Namibia. Yeah, thank you very much. And there, I think it is the time to open discussions. I would like to invite all of the participants to discuss with Professor Winsir Theophilus. And please raise your hand, or just would you like to open your mic and then raise questions? Yeah. Ms. Chini, maybe you have the background of IT and business, international business, and maybe you can discuss with Professor Winsir Theophilus about this topic.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
How to address your name? I'm worried that I pronounce it wrongly. Heike?
Heike.
Yeah.
Heike.
Yes.
Okay. I think you have a wonderful job, because it's not easy to cooperate with minorities and to add technologies to them, to let them know the usefulness of the technology and to use them and to make it. It's not easy for them, but this is a wonderful project of yours, and I really appreciate it. It gives me some insight that, oh, as a researcher, we need to make some meaningful projects and to help minorities too, to improve and to raise their standard of living. That's all for me.
Yeah. Do you have any
Yeah,
comments?
I think what is important is that we don't only bring ready-made solutions to them, but that they create the meaningfulness and that they create new solutions. And then we actually take those solutions back to the rest of the world.
Yeah, Heike, I have a question. What is the most challenges that you face during your journey to in this topic? Yeah, to how to make your the high techs to become something that impactful for not only for the certain people but also for all of the people, especially
Yeah,
for
okay.
indigenous or something. Yeah.
So I think the biggest challenge is to maneuver the bureaucracy and the financials within the academic world, because most of the funding is just for research. So we develop a prototype and then they say, okay, we are happy, publish a paper, you are done. So what we really want to make sure is that we don't just go and develop a prototype and we are gone forever and maybe we leave a cell phone. And so the biggest challenge is to then ensure that the scaffolding, to make sure it's becomes sustainable. And so that's the whole innovation space. So we innovate, but then we don't bring it to market. The students also same idea, you know, they develop something with the indigenous communities, but then they graduate and then they are gone. So it is this connection, it is actually this connection with the business world to then take it up and keep it. So I would say that is the biggest challenge as a researcher, you know, to then hand over and to have somebody to hand over.
Yeah.
So we do a lot of that scaffolding in our not private times. It's still part of, because we make sure we have follow-up projects with the communities, and then we make sure the previous project doesn't die. But it's not in the normal funding or in the normal processes. So that definitely needs to change from an academic perspective, from an innovation, and from a business perspective.
Okay, thank you very much, Heike. Yeah, if there's no other questions, maybe you can, the participant can also write your questions in the chat room. And before we close the sessions, I would like to invite Ibu Nian, the head of the committee, organizing committee, here to hand in the virtually the e-certificate for Professor Heike Winchell Theophilus. Yeah. Please, Bu Nian. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Agung. Thank you, Professor Heike Winchell Theophilus, PhD, for participating in this conference as an invited speaker. Thank you for the sharing knowledge that you give to us about the business and technology, and then it's quite interesting. And then we have more discussion next. Thank you very much, and hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to you also.
Okay, thank you very much, Heike. And please give a big applause with virtual applause here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Heike.
Thank you.
Yeah, and now I would like to invite the second speaker. It is scheduled for Professor Bistra Buiva from Bulgaria. Professor Dr. Bistra Buiva is a professor at the Department of International Economic Relations and Business, the University for National and World Economic Studies in Sofia, Bulgaria. She is a member of the Private Sector Advisory Group, or IFC and World Banks, and also co-founder and member of the Bulgarian National Corporate Governance Commission. Yeah, she was also member of the European Forum for Corporate Governance and also commissioner at the Bulgarian National Securities and Stocks Exchange Commissions. She has been also as a chair of the supervisory board of the privatizations of Fund Kaliman, and her academics interests, among others, are corporate governance, sustainable development, and international management. And now I would like to invite Professor Bistra to take the mic. Yeah, and now would you like to share your screen by yourself?
I'll try to. I'll try to. But I'm used to use Teams, and sometimes I'm stuck with Zoom. So, but I try to, provided I have some problems, I'll ask you for your assistance.
Okay.
Few words. First of all, thank you very much for invitation. It is a real honor and privilege for me to present certain results of my research on post-COVID academic and the challenges for sustainable development. Second, I was very pleased to be among friends and people whom I see for the first time, but I would like to share with you a secret. I have visited Namibia many years ago. I worked there for Bulgarian companies, right? So I like very much the presentation of Heike. And I totally agree with her that South has a lot of resources, and I am sharing this view. Unfortunately, of course, Germany is okay, but unfortunately, I was scheduled for going for training program, IFC training program for IFC in April 2020 for Indonesia, right? But due to COVID, our project was blocked. So that's why now it's a great opportunity to use this virtual platform and to share with you my experience. Also, I'm very pleased to be among friends, colleagues, and students as well. I'll share with you another secret. For me, the topic was a real challenge. Why? Because when I was invited to present my views on this topic, post-COVID, and as well the challenges for sustainable development, for me it was very difficult how to do it. And you'll see, I use a lot of sources to extract certain ideas I would like to share with you. And also, I was very optimistic that when I start to work on, I'll present my speech today, COVID will be far, far behind us. Unfortunately, we have to work in this situation. So I'm starting with my presentation. It's a little bit, there are no so nice pictures like Heike share with us, but also I try to use the slides and my comments and to comply with a lot of 20 minutes, right? Provided I have some problems, I would like to ask Argun for helping me. Do you see my video, my slides?
Yes, not yet.
Not yet. And now?
Not yet.
Any progress?
Yes. Also not yet. So maybe it is time for me to take action, Professor Bisra. Yeah. May I?
Okay.
Yeah. May I help you to share the presentation?
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
you see,
it's
I'm
okay
trying.
now.
I'm trying to
Yes.
to work. So
Okay.
the topic, as Echo asked me to deliver these messages to you, is about the pandemic crisis and the challenge for to the sustainable development of the post-COVID. You know, I'm not the English language is not my native language. And when I tried to find the proper understanding about the challenges, I found that there are about 3,000 synonyms for the challenges. So that's why I try to navigate and to find the synonyms which are more useful to our topic. I'm starting my presentation with a small extract from a very nice book of Charles Dickens, because, as you know, sometimes the literature presents or pictures the situation better than some studies. And you'll see, you can see there are a lot of very important words here who are relevant to the situation we are now. Which are the topics of my presentation? Of course, at the very beginning, the crisis, very brief. And after that, I would like to elaborate on the transformation priorities from the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 perspective. Concerning the crisis, I would like to point out that at the very beginning, I'm talking about the region where I'm coming from, we didn't pay attention to what's going in other countries, China 2019. But in January 20, when I opened the global risk reports launched by World Economic Forum, I found out that in January 2020, when they communicate the top 10 risks, I found out that in terms of impact, infectious disease ranks 10. It goes about the group of social risk. Of course, at that time, as we all know, it goes about the climate action failure. And I would like to be sincere with you. And I share with my students when I was working with them and some business people that we have to be very careful and to be on alert on the risks, because we know what was going at that time in China. And when I read the edition of the same report in the very beginning of year 2021, I found a totally different information. And here on the screen, you see, it goes about that in terms of impact, the infection disease ranks first. So, as most of you know, that this report is prepared with the efforts of more than 1,000 experts, right? People who know what is risk, etc. Even one of the most reputable insurance company, Swiss insurance company, they also put their effort in these reports. So when we talk about the crisis, we have to be sure that there were some early warning signals. And now, a few words. There's a lot of young people, and I was fascinated by the optimistic pictures of Heike, but also we have to go to the words. and to see the size of this health crisis, human crisis. My last information extract from the World Health Organizations is about that more than 240 million confirmed case of COVID. So, and this is a figure. In certain situations, for us, it's difficult to understand what is it, but in real life, we have to we see a lot of people which are infected by this disease. And here I'm starting my presentation referring to the theory you see, and we know that various pandemic crises, that's very, very important, reveal pre-existing fault lines in society, inadequate social safety nets, lack of trust in institutions, governance indifference in some cases, incompetence or corruption. And my question, and it is not a question that I address to me and to my study, is this true when we talk about the COVID? And in a few minutes, I'll share with you some data. Most of you are familiar with the forecast, with the publications with International Monetary Fund, and they inform us about the drop 3.5% of the global economy in year 2020. Also, what is very important, this negative trend was more pronounced for the poorest parts of the world. Another very, very important things I would like to point out, and it is again about the people, it is again about the human factor in this crisis. It goes about the sharp decrease in employment. Of course, it differs from country, but a lot of people lost their jobs or they got bills for their work, totally different from the previous years. And what is important, because we are, all of us are in one and the same boat. We are exporting, our countries are exporting, importing. Also, there was a drop in the global trade. And now I'm coming to more detailed data about another very important driver for the development of cooperation, about the development of different sectors in the local economies, global economies. It goes about money. And it goes about the flow of investments. It was very important to share with you that the data World Investment Report 2021 communicated that more than 1/3 of FDI flows dropped. It's a lot of. And also, when I would like here to point out, because later on I'm trying to compare the two crises, global financial crisis to year 2008 with the current crisis. And also this decrease of the FDI was below what we saw during the global financial crisis. You see, for me, this figure was a little bit, how to say, this figure puzzles me. Why? Because I think that the crisis year 2008 was the severest we know, but the facts are different. And also, it's interesting to point out that the picture again differs. In developed economies, the drop was by 58%, and totally different picture we see in the rest of the world in the developing economy. And because today we have our host, Indonesian business school, I would like to share that the detailed information about these trends communicates that in Asia, Southeastern Asia, that the picture was more optimistic than in the rest of the world. And because you see, for me, it's very important when we talk about this crisis and the post-crisis developments to underline, to reflect on the human perspective. You know, you remember my first statement about what theory says about the crisis. And it goes about the very, very tough problems with the school drops out, losing jobs, prices increase, and there is something deeper. Also, I refer here to the United Nations Development Program, Human Development Report. For me, it's very important. These tensions between people and technology and between haves and have-nots. This is one of the most dramatic problem. And because we are trying to put together COVID, post-COVID, and how we'll try to work together with our efforts to reach SDG 2030, I especially offer you a very interesting results by certain scholars. They try to use scenario technique in order to find out how does COVID affect the SDG. And you're familiar with this summarizing 1 to 6, 7 to 12, and 13 to 7. And they communicated that during the COVID, we faced the increasing of poverty and problems with in terms of food security or vice versa, food insecurity. Also, reduced access to the healthcare. And here it is a result which poses a lot of questions. The role of the government and the increase of investment. Because you know, certain scholars reject the role of the government. Of course, they prefer everything to be at the discretion of the business of the market. But we see, and also the real life supported this, that the progress on achieving SDG during pandemic, after pandemic, will require investments and government interventions. As I said in the beginning of my presentation, with my, let's say, discussion, also it's a kind of monologue now, but I'm trying to address certain of my concerns and questions to you. And one of the questions after sharing with you these stylist data facts and was, are there any similarities? Are there any difference? And could we, the lessons learned from the global financial crisis year 2008, could we use this lesson? Could we implement these lessons? Or will they not, that are not efficient today? And here, you know, there are not so many publications on these issues. Of course, I'm referring as well on my experience because in year 2008, I was invited and elected as a member of European Forum for Corporate Governance. It was a high-level task group for corporate governance. And you see, at the very beginning, this forum started to discuss the issues of the crisis, on the corporate governance. So that's why when I talk about these similarities, I'm also referring to my experience. But as a researcher, I prefer to stick to the opinion of the others as well. And here I'm referring to a study you'll see on the next slide presented and launched by OECD, Organizations of Economic Cooperation and Development. And what are the similarities? And the focus was on the impact on the whole economies in many countries and shrinking the GDP, severe employment crisis. In both cases, during the current crisis and the crisis in year 2008, increasing role of the governments with the short-term and long and mid-term horizon of state intervention. And now about the differences. And here, I think that this study you see on my slide, this study does not only give us food for thought, how to work post-academic, what to do, both for the people like you, both for the people and me, both for the people at the business and in the government. First of all, lockdown. I'm not quite sure about Indonesia, but you see, we faced in yet all over the Europe as well, I'm referring to my own experience, we are looking year 2020 March. You see, just for a day, I have to start to work with teams because you see, at the end of the 1 week, March, let's say 14, we work at the universities, but there was an order and we have to start to work with teams. So for me, what's a great experience and challenge to start to work with this quite new platform. Of course, also, and still now, there are a lot of discussions about the disruption of the supply chains. And of course, negative effect on up and downstream. We are exposed to this situation in many sectors in the world as well in my country. Lack of medical supplies, huge investments, unknown situations. And you see, because I'm also very much involved in the activities of business community in my country, you see people do not have any decisions, how to do, what to do. So we see there's certain unique feature for this situation we face still now. And here, as I said in the very beginning, when it was this warming up for my presentation, when you reach the end of COVID-19, and this question is not only a question that I'm addressing it now, but it is the question that people are trying to address all over the world, different businesses. And most of us know that preliminary forecasts are not realistic. You see, all of us believe that in year 2020, it will be the end. Unfortunately, in many other countries at present, many citizens are exposed to Delta variant. What is very important to point out, the reverse transitions trend towards the return to normal trend. So again, we have faced Bulgaria case. From today, there is a kind of lockdown. All students not working. It's a very tough situation. And here, it's very important thought I would like to share with you concerning the end. In certain documents, the forecast is about 2023. But what is more important here is the situation. It's not about herd immunity, as we heard many months ago, but when countries would able the control of the burden, that first. And also, it is very important, and other things to reflect on. It is about when we can manage this as an endemic disease. And here I'm sharing with you the results of the study by the McKinsey consultancy company published year 2021. Now we are exposed to the new normalcy. the endemic disease phenomenon. It's new normalcy. People in this hall, in this platform, remember that after the crisis, global financial crisis, again, we talk about the new normalcy. But now, again, we are talking about this new normalcy, the endemic disease phenomenon. And see, the problem again is for the countries, low income, some middle income countries with low level in terms of vaccinated population. And especially because I'm trying to share not only how to say thoughts about the global development, but as well to talk about my country. We faced we have a situation only 20% of the population is vaccinated, and it is a real problem. That's why at present we're exposed to inflation and also energy crisis. It's just how to say a confirmation of some theses in the very beginning of my presentation. Some conclusions.
Yeah. Professor, excuse me, Professor, you have 3 minutes. Right?
3 minutes, okay.
Yes.
Now I'm going very quickly to COVID and post-pandemic transformation. So what I'm sharing the views of certain scholars, how to work post-COVID-19. You see, we have to focus on good health, on quality education, and clean energy. Another group talks about that COVID is a challenge, and also we have to see what to do. I'm sharing the report presented by World Economic Forum, energy transition, sustainable investing, and compliance with ECG. Concerning institutional perspectives, it goes about the clear message. We have to work within the framework of CDG 2030 and Paris Agreement on the climate. That's very important for many countries, the views about post-COVID and sustainable development. You have to include adequate wage policy, and it will be a kind of accelerator to contribute to CDG. And I think I'm complying with this slot of 2 minutes. Concerning our plans, we have these new plans for recovery. It goes about the next generation EU plan, and about 700 billions will be allocated for coping with these problems. The challenges for the business, new business models, sustainable finance, restructuring of global supply chains, and inclusiveness. Inclusiveness, it goes about the inclusiveness in terms of stakeholders, different groups. Inclusiveness, it was mentioned by Heike, even it was in a different term. And of course, at the end of my presentation, again, I'm posing the question how to manage it, because we have resources, partnerships, and again, inclusiveness. Augen, I think I manage. I manage, right?
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Bistra. This is a very interesting presentation. You relate the pandemic crisis, COVID, and also with the SDG 2030 in terms of economics perspective, and also how to manage the risk. Paika has already he writes questions, but I would like to invite Pak Eko to directly ask to you. Pak Eko, please open your mic and please raise your questions directly to Professor Bistra. Yeah. You can open the mic now. Sansu, tolong dibantu Pak Eko. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Pak Agung. Thank you, Prof. For Istra about the presentation. As you know, the condition that always up and down all the time right now is make direction where we go is become very difficult. So do we need to be in the condition that always adaptation all the time without knowing where we are going? Is that maybe it's a big question. We didn't know where we are going now, among this pandemic this day. Thank you.
Thank you, Eko, for the excellent question. Provided I understood very well your question, you request to comment ups and downs of global supply chains, and well about the awareness of the people. Am I right? Yeah. Concerning the ups and downs, I'm not referring to the studies we done, but there are two trends now. First of all, to relocate certain productions from countries which hosted certain productions to the let's say to the countries where the leading companies are, where the buyers are. So it goes about going back from outsourcing to reshoring and to the nearshoring. It is one trend, and especially we track out this trend in terms of automotive sector, because a lot of deliveries were coming from continents far away from Europe. And now, because of local automotive clusters in some European countries, especially of the Balkans, they try to, the big producers in Germany, in France, and Italy, they try to relocate certain productions from this country, from Asia, let's say, to the European countries. That first. The second trend, and we are familiar with this trend, is about the using different techniques, automation, in order to minimize the cost of production in the developed economies and to start to produce components, materials that were previously outsourced, which production previously was outsourced to the other countries. So here we have the mixture between the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and decisions in terms of COVID. And here I would like, I do not know how many minutes I have, and here I would like to share with you another very interesting trends in terms of global supply chains. Currently at Europe, there is a big discussion how to, again, it is a problem relevant to SDG, how to be sure that the big multinationals are working with the suppliers that do not abuse child labor, they do not abuse the rights of women. So that's why in Europe now there is a new directive in the pipeline that will require from the big multinationals to disclose information annually on how do they work with their suppliers from the rest of the world. Due diligence. Concerning your questions, I'm fascinated by this topic and the questions because, you know, it goes about the people. It goes about our awareness in terms of compliance with sustainable development, climate change, as well. It goes about awareness, how to make our awareness, especially in terms of people, how to change our mentalities and to go and to vaccinate against COVID-19. So, as I said, for me, the human factor is important as a driver for sustainable development, the human factor as a driver in this battle against COVID-19. You see, it's my, how to say, I wouldn't say cause, but that's why when I work with my students, with my friends, I'm Rotarian, I'm a member of Rotary. I try to elevate this issue about how to change our mentality. It doesn't go about laws, it doesn't go about theory, it goes about us and to be inclusive, as Heike says.
Okay.
Did I manage to address your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Heike,
Inspiring.
Professor Bistra.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And
pleasure.
Yeah, the time limit us. So thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And now the committee would like to give you e-certificate virtually as a token of appreciation from us. Nian, please.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dr. Bistra Bufa, for your speech in this conference. We will like to have more discussion for the near, even probably. Okay, but we are thank you for having in this conference with you with the many fruitful discussion. Thank you, Professor Bistra Bufa.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah.
Take care and take care.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, last but not least, we have Professor Andre Latour from Germany. I would like to invite Professor Latour, and please allow me to introduce him first. Yeah, Professor Latour is a professor in public law, in particular public commercial law, energy law, and environmental law at the Westphalian University of Applied Sciences, Gelsenkirchen, Germany. And since 2020, he served as Vice President for Sustainability and International Affairs at the Westphalian University of Applied Sciences. He has been the speaker and scientific consultant for industrial companies, administrations, and institutions in adult education. His academic interests includes labor law and fair competitions, administrative law, and also environmental management. Without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Andre Latour to take over the mic, and the time is yours, Andre, please.
Yes, Agung, thank you very much. Can you see my presentation now? Yes, okay, perfect. So, dear Mr. Prasit Tiantoko, dear Mrs. Zia Butt, dear Mr. Vidodo, and dear Agung, dear colleagues and students. I'm very pleased to be invited to this conference and to be able to contribute today. Today I have the pleasure of telling you something about a topic that is certainly on the agenda of many companies. It is the increasing demands for business sustainability in the post-COVID era. I would like to explain these to you by using brief examples. The corona pandemic is having a strong impact on global economic activity. Many businesses are suffering as a result of lockdowns to contain the corona pandemic and other government restrictions at various levels of business. There is a supply shock as a result of supply chain disruption, a demand shock caused by lower consumer demand, uncertainties that have a negative impact on investment planning, and the consequences of liquidity bottlenecks for the economy. In order to remain viable and or at least competitive, companies must, in some cases, strategically reorient or reinvent themselves. So in this context, corporate sustainability management is coming under increasing pressure, in addition to securing liquidity and safeguarding production chains. In this respect, sustainability management describes the integration of concepts and instruments for improving social, ecological, and economic aspects into organizational management. One possible response is seen in limiting the scope of business activities, so-called retrenchment, in order to reduce corporate expenses and secure the company's liquidity in the crisis situation. Ecological and social measures often have to give way to economic interests as soon as conflicts arise between the sustainability dimensions. It is to be feared, however, that this strategic orientation will jeopardize the competitiveness of companies in the long term. An alternative response is seen in a strategic adjustment of organizational structures called innovating. In this context, it is discussed that changes in business strategy can be conducive for companies to emerge unscathed from a long-term crisis. In addition, established systems and interaction chains could change more in the event of anomalies occurring and crises arising from them. Accordingly, the corona pandemic, with its economic impact and the interim halt in the economic cycle due to the disruption of supply chains, could promote the implementation of measures to strategically adjust business strategies. In this respect, a special focus on corporate sustainability can be useful. It can precisely ensure that companies emerge from the crisis more securely and also position themselves on the market in the long term. Finally, corporate sustainability is taking on an increasingly important role in the context of sustainability discussion in view of current developments such as the scarcity of resources, advancing climate change, or social inequality. The concise focus on exclusively economically driven decisions with the goal of profit maximization must be reconciled with the dimensions of ecology and social issues, as I already mentioned, in the sense of the three-pillar concept shown above. This would result in a rejection of the shareholder value concept, which sees the task of a company exclusively in generating or increasing its profits. Representatives of the business case for sustainability approach see potential above all in the professional design of sustainable strategy, which can contribute to an increase in competitiveness even in times of a pandemic. In particular, it is assumed that economic performance can be positively influenced both directly and indirectly by integrating sustainable aspects into corporate strategy. Success factors include, for example, cost reductions through reduced energy consumption or CO2 emissions, the development of new customer groups through environmentally oriented products, and resource efficient production processes. By implementing selected activities in the area of sustainability, there is also the possibility of an increasing reputation, which can lead to loyal customer behavior, so that there is an indirect effect of the economic component. The management challenge is to identify such measures from which an improvement in the economic situation follows. Sustainable activities that conflict with the economic dimension and do not increase the economic success of the company are not implemented according to the business case for sustainability approach. Contrary to the triple bottom line model, the economic sustainability dimension thus takes precedence over the ecological and social sustainability dimension. Within the stakeholder accountability approach, that's another approach here, it is assumed that exogenous shocks and crisis can bring about a cultural change that can also affect the interests of stakeholders who are seen as essential instances for value creation decisions. These stakeholders are increasingly pursuing sustainability-oriented goals, especially taking into account moral as well as ethical aspects in market processes, and are expanding social and ecological sustainability measures. Sustainability is therefore an essential requirement for successful stakeholder management and is therefore an integral part of the stakeholder accountability approach. Accordingly, a key task for companies is to focus their organizational culture and strategic decisions on the requirements of stakeholders who are increasingly thinking in terms of sustainability. In contrast to the business case for sustainability approach, sustainability measures can also be implemented if they are in tension with the economic dimension. Increased consideration of corporate sustainability is also being promoted, for example, in the European Union by new regulations that, in addition to the COVID pandemic, favor a strategic realignment of companies. For certain industrial sectors, for example, the European Chemicals Regulation, REACH, it's called REACH, and the EU Emissions Trading Directive impose regulatory requirements on companies with regard to environmental and social framework conditions. Above all, however, the Corporate Social Responsibility Directive commits large capital market-oriented companies with more than 500 employees to non-financial reporting. As a non-financial report represents the results, the result of sustainability measures and related concepts. It follows from the directive that sustainability is highly relevant in the companies affected by the directive. For small and medium-sized enterprises that employ fewer than 500 people and have annual sales of less than 50 million euros, there is as yet no comparable provision. Any efforts in this direction by small and medium-sized enterprises have so far been carried out mainly on a voluntary basis. However, current reform discussions at the European level point to new regulations for reporting and on corporate sustainability here as well. The EU Commission also intends to present a legislative proposal on due diligence requirements for the protection of human rights and the environment in the supply chain before the end of this year. So the success of a European Supply Chain Act will depend to a large extent on its concrete design. The due diligence requirements to be met must be both proportional and practicable for companies to implement them in their day-to-day operations. Even before the corona pandemic, a lack of corporate social responsibility and little attention to ecological impacts along their global supply chains had been criticized. National lockdowns to contain the corona pandemic further exposed the complexity and fragility of a global supply chain system. As a result of the corona pandemic, there is a high need for sustainability and in enhancing adjustments in the value chains of many companies. On the one hand, an increasing localization, as you already mentioned, Mrs. Bueva, of value creation processes. So the internalization or insourcing of processes is suggested to minimize negative consequences of future border closures as a result of exogenous shocks. The consequences are a high adaptability due to short distances, as well as lower greenhouse gas emissions in the context of value creation, as well as the decrease of just-in-time production in order to achieve a balance between efficiency and flexibility with higher stocks. In addition, international diversification of sources of supply could be an appropriate response, as it can provide protection against individual constraints in a certain region. International diversification of sources of supply could still provide just-in-time production, so there could be economic advantages over an internalization strategy, which is shown here above. With regards to the establishment of corporate sustainability in the post-COVID era, the following hypothesis can be formulated. Number one, the corona pandemic is influencing corporate sustainability efforts in general. So why is it the case? There is a change in awareness of non-financial risks, as you see here. As part of the review of the CSR non-financial reporting directive in 2020 during the pandemic, it's a European directive, users and creators outside the European Union were also asked whether companies should be required to disclose additional information on non-financial matters in addition to the information already specified. These are environmental, social, and employee issues, human rights, and bribery and corruption. So as you can see here, a total of 588 organizations and persons responded to the consultation, and the figure shows the 15 most important topics which account about, I think it was 80% of the responses. Of these, most topics are covered by an integrated sustainability management system. There is thus an increased motivation to act sustainably. For example, to use resource-efficient production processes and to reduce costs through reduced energy consumptions and CO2 emissions. In addition to the changed awareness of non-financial risks, there is the expectation of increasing regulation, especially for medium-sized companies, to have to fulfill sustainability related requirements to a greater extent in the future anyway. What measures are possible in this context? In the area of reporting, sustainability reports are increasingly being developed by small and medium-sized companies due to the reform efforts of the European Union. In the survey of the review of the CSR directive on non-financial reporting, the majority of users, as you can see here, were of the opinion that the non-financial information reported by companies is insufficient in terms of comparability, reliability, and relevance. So in addition to the regulations, there is also a particular need for this information to be processed. In the supply chain area, as I already mentioned above, there may also be shifts in routes due to new regulations in order to reduce the fragility of supply chain systems and reduce a risk of delivery failures as a result of external events. This in turn may lead to the improvement of emissions levels by shortening transport routes. So the second hypothesis is that the corona pandemic leads to an increasing relevance of a stakeholder-oriented CSR strategy. Original approaches such as the shareholder value approach no longer bring the desired success of profit maximization in the pandemic. New approaches are therefore being developed, and as we have already seen, and stakeholders are being involved who are increasingly thinking in terms of sustainability. What measures are conceivable, for example, even if they are always industry dependent and cannot be shown here in their entirety, in order to address stakeholders, there can be better visibility of sustainability measures through the reporting already mentioned. Furthermore, there may be a change in procurement strategy due to increased purchasing awareness, on the part of customers and a growing interest in the origin of products and their environmental sustainability of goods. This is not possible naturally with existing long-term contracts with large customers with whom strong sales are generated, so that in certain ranges it is hardly possible to react to new customer requirements. If we consider the company's employees as stakeholders, also the new approaches within the company can lead, for example, to an expansion of the opportunities to work from home, particularly in view of the growing shortage of skilled workers. The increase in flexible working arrangements can be a significant measure for retaining qualified personnel in the long term and therefore remaining competitive. So here is the outlook. Policymakers are indicating that sustainability will be a key issue for the future. With the European Green Deal, for example, which is intended to massively advance a sustainable economy in the European Union, and whose implementation has been confirmed even in times of the pandemic, corporate sustainability will continue to grow in importance. However, the approach to regulation in the area of sustainability must be viewed quite critically. Reform efforts in the area of reporting could soon make the publication of sustainable activities obligatory, at least for most companies in the European Union. A company that has so far voluntarily prepared sustainability reports will now lose its previous competitive advantage in this case. In addition, increasing bureaucratization is to be feared with all these acts, and companies will be taken away the flexibility to act in the area of corporate sustainability. The corona pandemic itself can be seen as a driver for corporate social and environmental action. Even after the corona pandemic, corporate sustainability will remain a major megatrend, I think. And this trend has not only arrived in companies, but also in the university landscape. For example, we as the Westphalian University and also our partner universities from the region are working on sustainability strategies and corresponding to measures for the areas of teaching, research, and administration. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope it was not more than 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. It was very interesting and yet also inspiring presentations, especially concerning the sustainability, business sustainability, and yeah, it is very compatible with our values in our MBA values that we would like to advance the talents, the students to become business persons, businessmen or business persons who value sustainability. Yeah, and your two hypotheses that corona pandemic affecting the corporate sustainability, especially in the non-financing aspects, and also lead this corona pandemic leads to increase the relevance of stakeholders. CSR strategy is very, very important right now, and I would like to highlight this one for the next discussion with the students, and also for the material of the lectures. Before we open the question Q&A, I would like to welcome our rector and the Ministry of Trade, Indonesian Ministry of Trade, who also joined in this session since maybe 15 minutes ago. Selamat datang. Welcome to Mr. Muhammad Lutfi, the Minister of Trade, Indonesian Minister of Trade. So thank you very much for being here with us, and also to Pak Prastiantoko, the Rector. Thank you for your support. And now I would like to invite some questions. I see Dr. Nia Sarinasiti already write a question here. Bunia, could you please to open your mic and camera to raise the question by yourself? Oh, you are still in the car. Okay. Yeah. Be careful. Please.
I'm
yeah, please.
traveling from. Thank you. My question is quite quick. You know, a majority of companies are now moving from CSR to environmental, social, and governance. I was just wanting to know your thoughts on how the transition would be like for companies in Asia. Thank you.
Okay, please, Andre.
So if I understand the question clear, how is the
moving from CSR
the moving the moving from CSR to
ESG?
Yes.
So
as we also work as a university in this area in the administration, we already implemented an environmental management system, and it is going on very, very good with another company, which helps us to implement this environmental management system. It's also based on a European directive, and helps us to implement these structures in the university, and also helps the companies to implement this. So you have the support of a lot of systems, regulations, and support of companies here in this area.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andre. Because the time limit us, the time is up, and we would like to have the Minister of Trade of Indonesia to address his speech. So before we stop this session, I would like to give a big appreciation for you. Thank you very much for your sharing, and the committee would like to hand in the e-certificate to you. Bu Nian, silahkan.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dr. Andre M. Latour, for giving a speech in this conference. We have to have further cooperation for this sharing knowledge. Thank you very much.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be part of this conference. Thank you very much again.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and this is the last of our presentation from the distinguished invited speakers from all over the world, from the US, from Peru, from Germany, from Namibia, and also from Bulgaria. So thank you very much for all of the participants that still now still here to join us in this conference. And now we would like to proceed to the next agenda to hear the speech of our Minister of Trade of Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Lutfi. So please our MC to take over the podium, the mic. Please.
Thank you, Pak Agung. Thank you also for our speakers, Professor Heike Winston-Stelvius, Professor Bistra Boifa, and also Professor Dr. Andre M. Latour. For the excellent plenary session, please once again give applause reaction to our honorable speakers and moderator. And as a symbol of our gratitude to Dr. Agung Nugroho for moderate our plenary session at this conference, we will give a certificate of appreciation.
Oh, I also have this one. Okay,
yes,
thank you
of
very much.
course.
Yeah.
The certificate will be given by Dr. Kurnianing Isololipu as our conference chair.
Thank
Please,
you,
Dr.
Pak Agung, for having a leading role as a moderator in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate very much.
Thank you, Dr. Agung Nugroho and Dr. Kurnianing Isololipu. Now we would like to hear the closing speech from the Rector of Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Agustinus Prasetyantoko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Bapak Muhammad Lutfi, Trade Ministers of Republic of Indonesia, invited speakers, presenter, participants, organizers, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of Atmajaya Catholic University, I would like to welcome, first of all, and also thanks for all the contributions from the invited speaker, participants, and also organizer for this 2 days conference. Especially, I would like to thank to Pak Menteri, that we understand very well that his schedule is very tight, but he gave time to us, and thank you very much for making time with us. We are gathering here today for the 3rd International Conference on Inclusive Business. The topics of this international conference, namely business resilience and sustainability amidst global uncertainty. And we believe that this topic is extremely relevant with our recent situation as well as with the future's challenges. Pandemic COVID-19 gave a very challenging situation in business, including trade. However, despite of all challenges, it is also a good opportunity for innovation. The pandemic became one of the best opportunity in our history to innovate, not only in doing business, but also in the whole life. The question is, for what purpose all this innovation? And the answer is quite clear that we learn from the discussion today, that innovation will be relevant for sustainability. So pandemic left important lesson that innovation without sustainability is simply irrelevant. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for your contribution. And also thank you for Pak Menteri. And I think it is time to listen the remark from Pak Menteri for this conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Agustinus Prasetyantoko for closing speech. Now we would like to hear the keynote speech from the Minister of Trade, Republic of Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Muhammad Lutfi. We are very honored to have Mr. Muhammad Lutfi here with us today in the midst of very tight schedule as Minister of Trade. But first we will take a picture for documentation. Okay, is that okay, Pak?
Okay.
Okay, I will count from 3. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you, Mr. Muhammad Lutfi. We already took our picture. Now, without any further ado, please welcome Mr. Muhammad Lutfi. The time is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, the Rector of University Atmajaya, Prof. Agustinus Prasantioko. I would like also to thank Mas Agung for moderating the issue, and also the chair of the conference, Ibu Kurnianing, and all the Civitas Academica from Atmajaya University. It's an honor, especially listening to the distinguished professors that was just mentioned about our challenging world. It is very difficult to manage my schedule, and I would like to apologize because I have to open the Indonesian Trade Expo this morning, and I would love to start actually in giving ideas on how the conference should be mandated. But you know, for having my picture, my gigantic poster in front of your university, it is an obligation for me to speak before you today. So it works, Pak Professor. Thank you very much, and it's an honor. I was asked to talk about a couple of things that is important in our lifetime. First, it is a challenging world. Second, trade, as it was before, especially for the First World War and the Second World War, and probably the times after all the crisis, actually Indonesia or all the world bouncing back through trade. And it is a challenging world right now after pandemic COVID-19. I don't see necessarily what I would like to see even more. And then the last one that I've been asked is about innovations, about digital economy, which I think should be a light at the end of the tunnel. After a long dark period, you know, we see some new things that can probably bounce Indonesia or the world back in the world trade. So the first one, the one that's something that I see, I just came back from Paris for the OECD mini WTO conference. I listened to a lot of trade ministers. I went to Sorrento last week for the G20 trade ministers conference, and I was just, I think a month ago, came from the ASEAN ministers. Most of them are online, but the OECD and WTO is offline. So I think having ministers to sit down face to face, looking at their texture of their face, it's also important in solving world's problem. So if you look at the problem of the pandemics, especially the COVID-19, unlike the professors that, you know, seeing that this is came innovations, it is true, but there's a lot of baggage with this COVID-19 as well. First of all, actually, if you look back, maybe by spring or summer last year, COVID-19, we have not seen the lights at the end of the tunnel. We don't know how to solve it. We are hoping that we are seeing the worst of the COVID-19, but we don't know that. Okay, so if you look, you know what about the vaccine diplomacy? We call it vaccine diplomacy because it is kind of vaccine that you have. Indonesian, out of 426 million doses that we secured for about 70% of Indonesian people, comes from China. 260 million out of 420 million come from China, be that Sinopharm or Sinovac. But if you notice, if you want to go to European country at this time or last month, only Switzerland honored the vaccine come from China. So we call this vaccine diplomacy. So instead of countries came together like when we had the financial crisis in 2008, during pandemic, actually people are doing how to mitigate the problems by themselves. So right now, if you look at the problems right now, we have about 7.7 billion people, 5.5 million doses of vaccine, or of people need to be vaccinated. And if one person needs 2 vaccines, that means 11 billion doses needs to be administered. And in order to reach that, you look at the supply in the world right now, top capacity is only 6 billion. So if you allocated only half for COVID-19, we need 3.5 years of time in order to vaccinate the whole world. So what does it mean? That means, especially with the Delta variant, now with Lambda, with Mu, the variant, means that you are not safe until everyone is vaccinated. So this is actually a multi-country, this is a whole world's situations that needs to be solved together. And if you look at the very beginning, what happened? You look at the European Union, they have actually 3.4 times more vaccines than needed last summer. So it means that everyone is taking care of themselves. So during COVID-19, we tend to see inward instead of looking outward. Then what happened? The first things first, that the one that got the most impact is the tourism industry. Tourism industry in 2020, we predicted we're supposed to get $20 billion as a country, Indonesia. $20 billion means that tourism is the second biggest earner after crude palm oil. So this is a very impactful problems that the country like us are facing. But not just us. If you look, I was in Italy, in the southern of Italy, in Sorrento. This is a beautiful place that has about 20 million people came every year. 2 summers, they didn't have anything. So they are impacted as well, but we tend to look inward instead of looking outward. The second part is, if you look, the conference of health ministers now starting to have a new things coming up. They try to standardize the vaccine. They're looking at how vaccine is supposed to be done and how countries, the least developed countries, like in countries in Africa, needs to be enhanced for mRNA capability. So for pandemics to come, they have solutions rather than a problem. That one thing. But the second part is we also see a lot of things. The professors speaking before me was asking about European Green Deal. On a country like Indonesia, where we are going to upstream of industry. So if you look at Indonesia's industrial policy, we're looking at upstream of industry. So we're looking at smelting, we're looking at refining, we are looking at all this new with a gigantic carbon footprint. And if you look at the 2 things that the Europeans try to stop, is the leaking carbon, they said. 2 things. They don't want to see our steel industry to progress, and they don't want to see our aluminum and aluminum ingot industry to progress. So if they call this a carbon leak, so instead of doing it in Europe, they don't want it to have it done in countries like Indonesia. They want to keep it there. So I told the European Union, I said, I think this is not in compliance with WTO. And if it's not in compliance with WTO, countries like Indonesia, we will sue them. We will sue the European Union for not complying for the international trade. Why? International trade is very important. International trade is a way of bouncing back from this pandemic. We need to go back. We need to create prosperity. Most of the country in the world is an open democracy like countries like ours. So we need to go back. We need to do it with a multilateral trading system. So with multilateral trading system, there is also a problem. This is the way I look at the problems. So the first one is, in the past, when GATT was being done, this is the founding institutions before WTO. They are created with the basic thought that economy should run efficiently through competitions. And if the economy run efficiently through competitions, a lot of winners and a lot of losers. But the winners will create prosperity, because economy is run efficiently, and create prosperity and fight poverty because of that. And if you look at the growth of economy after a WTO, after free trade agreement, after free trade concept, It's actually doing very well for the last 30 years. But come 1985, come 1988, that thing is not true necessarily anymore, especially during today. If you look, look at the asymmetrical informations that created opportunity. Today, there is no asymmetrical informations anymore. Everything is in YouTube, everything is in Google, everything is in the open. So what happened right now, instead of competitions, we have collaborations. And World Trade organizations, multilateral trading systems need to follow that too. So I introduced the idea during my WTO and mini WTO conference about a new things in a global trade. So we have to redo this, and hopefully Ministry of Trades, because it's been saturated for a long, long time, we need to go back to create beneficial trade, just trade that not only benefits the consumers and the sellers, the consumers and the buyers, but to create a beneficial trade for everyone. So this is something, a new things that we need to do immediately in the near future. So then we go after that, Asian Development Bank, ADB, came up with a study. And this study also, not only because it comes with the numbers, and it convinced me, it convinced the Ministry of Trade, it convinced the Republic of Indonesia that actually digital economy is good for everyone, as long as they're being governed to create a just trade, that trade that benefits for everyone as a mantra. Why is that? Because if you look at your digital economy, especially digital platform for trade, a lot of competition that is not fair. And when the competition is not fair, they're trying to compete with each other, they're trying to kill each other, they want to control and winners take all. So we have to redo this as a government, and we would like to create what they call equilibrium for everyone. We have to have create a fair competitions for everyone in order for us to get a beneficial trade. So digital economy, according to ADB, actually shorten or shortening the gaps between the haves and not haves. This study consistent with our study as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have what we call pasar rakyat. This is common people market. If you look at them, during the COVID pandemic crisis, the income, the visitors numbers coming to this people's market had gone down by 30 to 35%. But actually, the one that jump in onboarding into digitalizations actually make more money than they ever before in the past. So this is something that we need to see, and I need to study it a little more. And the study by the Asian Development Bank shows a K curve. So this K curve is actually a shorting between the haves and not haves. So if you look, I'm going to start just give some studies. What we found out with this of Indonesia's digital economy. Look at this. So if you look at my slide number 4, this is how do I look at it? So Indonesia right now have about $1 trillion, but 15,400 trillion rupiah in GDP. So if I translate it to US dollars, probably right now we are about 1.2 trillion US dollars, making Indonesia the 15th largest economy in the world. So then if you look at the digital economy itself, especially coming from economic platform, digital platform, we are only 4% today in 2020 out of our GDP. Okay, but in 2030, Indonesia's GDP is supposed to grow at least by 1.5 times, somewhere between 24,000 trillion rupiah, about 1.5 trillion to 2 trillion US dollars. But the pie for the digital economy had gone up from 4% to 18%, worth about 632 trillion rupiah to 4,531 trillion rupiah. So roughly about 323 million US dollars. So if you look in 2030, where is our digital economy will be consisted? So the big one is the e-commerce, but 1,900 trillion rupiah will come from e-commerce, about 34% from our digital economy. So if you look B2B business, corporate services, this is will be consisted about 24%, 25%, including public sector. But the one that I would like to underline is the health and educations. So the educations will but 3% of our GDP, and this is very important, I think, because the educations will transform Indonesia's education system, from a conventional one into a digital one. Why digital education is important? Because if you look now, the number of elementary school, we have around 25 million people at the elementary school, okay? The number is like 140,000 or something like that. But if you look at the numbers of high school, the number is only 30%. And if you look at the graduate people from high school right now, it's around 10 million people. So around 15 million kids actually couldn't go in not because of the capacity of the school. Building school is no problem. It's does not take a rocket science to do that. The problem is to get a good qualified teachers to teach at the school is very difficult. So now with the digital educations, especially after the COVID-19, we can understand. Although I got bullied by social media, but the educations, because people are not happy. Kids are at home, and the one that's doing the homework is not the kids, but actually the mother. I got all that, But what I'm trying to say is, with 5G, with Internet of Things, with cloud computing, with a lot of these digital things, actually we can cut space and times as the likeness of a human being, and we can you can sit in your living room, your kids sit in the living room, but it feels like you're in the middle of the school. Health also, as a golden generations of Indonesia's bonus demographic, I think health tech is also important, and it will consist of about 8% of our economy in 2030. And if you look, why is that important? I was reading the other day on how a computer like a Watson 6, IBM Watson 6 can scan your retina, your retinas, and can analyze more than 135,000 coefficients in less than 4 minutes, and can deduct when you can have a heart attack. So this is very important, because the number of doctors and patients in Indonesia is very, very one of the worst probably in the world. It's like 600 babies every year for one doctor we produce annually. Next. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is also what I want to see. I want to give. So then, how the growth of the economy itself. Yeah. So if you look for e-commerce today, is 302 trillion rupiah, but it will grow about 6 times more, by just in the next 10 years to about 1,900. And if you look at 2025, the number had gone up about 4 times. So e-commerce will be the biggest one. But if you look, who are selling in our e-commerce, 54% is local. They come from Tokopedia, Bukalapak, and Blibli, and about 46% are cross-border, or we call it international, but we call it cross-border. So Shopee and Lazada consisted as examples of the 46%. Online travel is also important, but it's a challenging time at the COVID-19, from about 100 trillion today to around 5 times more, 575 trillion in 2030. Online media also, which is very good. The number is about 54 trillion, and it will grow almost 4 times in 2030. The only problem is, since COVID-19, the number had gone up about 11 times, but the digital advertising, 80% is transformed into international platform or cross-border platform. The local ones didn't get cuts out of that. Ride hailing, this is like Gojek and Grab. Although there is growth, it's quite good, about 5 times between 2020 to 2030, but it will only consist about a fourth or a fifth of e-commerce. And fintechs, this is also will be very big in the years to come. So next one. So if you look at how big is Indonesian market for our economy, for digital economy, looks like this. So if you look at the number from 44 billion US dollar today to 323 billion in 2030. So if you look, if you compare, how digital economy or e-commerce will be a digital economy in 2030, Indonesia is bigger, 6 times bigger than Malaysia, about 7 times more bigger than the Philippines. It is about 8 times bigger than the Singaporean. The Thailand is very, very small. I think the numbers is not accurate here, but it's about 4 times bigger than Vietnam. What happened is, if Indonesia can push, in 2030 from $1,100 per capita, if we just can go to Malaysia standard to about $1,400, Indonesia's digital economy in 2030 will be as big as 417 billion US dollars. Next. So if you look at the S-curve, this is how Indonesia right now at this given moment compared to other countries. So if you look per trillion GDP, Indonesia has 5. That means Indonesia still at the very beginning, but if you look at how it compares to other countries, in China, per trillion GDP has 7, and in the United States has 10. So actually Indonesia right now is in the very good positions for taking off a runway. And if you look at the S-curve, Indonesia is still in the bottom corner, and the United States are going into what we call a mature market. So this is how I look at Indonesia at just the beginning of the digital market. So next one, I would like to go to page 11. So what does it need? What do we need in order for us to be advancing in the digital economy? So there are a couple of things. If you look at in Indonesia, its number is all red, and we look just everywhere is still emerging. And although there's a country like Estonia and China, whether they're good, but if there is no ecosystem doing it, it just the growth is not there. So hopefully Indonesia, although it's a nation and an emerging stage of things, Indonesia will progress rather fast and rather good in the years to come. I'm going to go straight to number 13. So if you look at the Indonesian food and beverage industry, right now, if you look, the transactions, especially for something like Gojek, it's just to enhance the transactions, to ease the transactions, and actually just to more accessible of the transactions. This is what we have right now. In the future, we're going to have what we call the downstreaming of digitalizations, and it will change how to do things. So what happened is, you still only sell your martabak. This is like a pancake. Transactions has been doing easily, and the access of the transactions will be easier. So right now, in the past, if you want to go to have a martabak pecenongan, from one side of Jakarta to the other, you have to go by yourself there, and it's very difficult for me, somebody that lives in the south of Jakarta, to go to North Jakarta just to buy a pancake. But right now, with digital economy, transaction will be easier. Transaction will be much faster than transaction will be more accessible for everyone in order to order this thing. So it will be good, but it's still ride A to B. It's still a pancake from north to south, but it still is the same. But in the next wave of digitalizations, it will be changed. So if you look next one, if you look, although this is also a challenge for government. If you look at all this unicorn in Indonesia, although they are Indonesians, but if you look at the investor, they are all internationals. So the world has changed, and if you look at the Bukalapak, when they go public, and Tokopedia, soon they're going to go public at the Indonesian Stock Exchange, instead of looking who is behind it, Jakarta's Indonesian Stock Exchange has acknowledged, instead of the ownerships, they are looking at different ways for digital economic players when they go public, looking at who controls it and who make decisions on it. So this is a new thing. People adapt, industry adapt, evolve and adapt, and also stock exchange also evolve and adapt. They can be all international money, but the Indonesians will be determined by whom making the decisions. And as long as the decision makers are Indonesians, they're deemed to be Indonesians instead of cross-border. So this is just to give you a slide on how the government taking a look at that. So this is something that I said about the about the downstreaming of digitalization. So 5G, Internet of Things, blockchains, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing will change things. Okay, so I told you about the edutech and the health tech, but I want to show you about agri-tech next. So there are two things. I love to tell you the stories about this fishery. So they call it e-fishery. What they do is they have this artificial intelligence, and the challenge, to do a fishery like this is on how much you want to give the fish food. Okay, so even in the big areas like Danau Toba or a lot of lakes, when they have a cultivating of fish, they tend to give too much fish. So what happened? Not too much fish, too much food for the fish. So what happened is when they have too much food for the fish, the one that is not consumed by the fish itself will stay down in the bottom of the lake or the bottom of the pond. What happened is this food can contaminate the pond itself or the lakes itself and kills the fish. So e-fishery, what they did is they put an artificial intelligence so they can see whether the food is enough for the fish, because if the food is not enough, then the fish will go skinny, starving and skinny. But if the food is too much, the food itself can contaminate the pond or the lake. So with this, about $1,000 machine, they can actually analyze every pond that they have that it grows by the fishermen. So then they can see that which pond is good and which pond is going to make a lot more money than compared to the others. So with this more artificial intelligence, they go with downstreaming of the e-fishery itself, to be the financing, because they know the pond is good, then they can give financing. Once they harvest the fish, they can give a lot more, about 20% more than what they're supposed to bring during harvest. So also with agriculture as well. So agriculture right now, they are doing at one point the same times when they start growing their cultivations of their agriculture, and they harvest at the same time. So what happened is, when there is no, for example, chili, because they grow it at the same time. So at one point, there's no chili whatsoever. The price of chili can go to like $100,000 rupiah per kilogram. But once they harvest, at the same times, the price of chili can go down way low to like 13,000 per kilogram, 13,000 rupiah per kilogram. So this will be changed once and for all once artificial intelligence start helping the farmers to grow their products. So I already see Tani Hub changing the way they grow seeds of chili, watermelons, and they start exporting, and they will bring more money for the farmers, and the farmers will get more I wouldn't say richer, but more sustainable, more income because of that. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is just some of the thought about digital economy, and hopefully that is also gives a new light, new system for the opportunity, especially for the younger generations to come in order for us to survive this challenging world. So I would like to, I don't want to go past my time limit. It's been more than half an hour, but Mas Agung, I'm very honored. I'm very pleased to speak before you today, and hopefully next time I can manage my time better and can have inspiring the young generations to compete in the near future as well. Your world is a challenging world, and I have to say we are here to survive together, because if we don't do it together, without collaborations, we are past of our time. And this is something that probably we should sit down more, and probably we have to make more things sensible for everyone in order to survive the new challenging times of the future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Lutfi, for the excellent keynote speech. As a symbol of our gratitude to Mr. Muhammad Lutfi for coming and support us in our conference today, we will give a certificate of appreciation. The certificate will be given by the Rector of Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia. For Dr. Agustinus Prasetyanto, please give the certificate.
Pak Menteri, thank you very much for your insightful speech, and we hope that we can collaborate more with your ministry in the future time. Thank you very much.
Okay, once again.
Thank you for the poster. I appreciate it. I see that every day.
Okay, we would like to thank Mr. Muhammad Lutfi for taking the time to attend today's conference. We really appreciate it, and we also understand if there are any other agenda, you can leave the Zoom and continue your activity. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Lutfi.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, we have arrived at the moment we have been waiting for. We will announce the awards for the best paper and the best presenter. First, the best paper goes to Mr. Suherman Sumardi with paper title Adaptation of SME, Bakmi as Usmaran during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, SMEs 4.0. Please open your camera. Congratulations, Mr. Suherman.
Congratulations, Pak Suhe.
Pak Suhe.
And the next, the best presenter goes to Miss Adistri Dewi Anjani with paper title Tea Making Technique as Service. Please open your camera. Congratulations, Miss Adistri. We can give applause to show our appreciation with the reaction from our Zoom. And the certificate will be given by our conference chair for Dr. Kurnianing Isololipu. Please welcome.
Thank you, Afe. And I give a certificate of appreciation for Miss Adistri Dewi Anjani as the best presenter. Is Miss Adistri Dewi Anjani here with us? Okay, thank you. And then for the best paper,
Pak Suhe.
Pak Suherman, where is the certificate? Yes, Pak Suherman Sumardi as the best paper. Thank you very much. And probably the committee will follow for having this paper to be published in one of the journal that we are partner with them. Okay, Pak Suherman, thank you very much.
Terima kasih banyak, Ibu.
Yeah. Okay, Afe, the mic is on you now.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Kurnianing Isololipu. Once again, congratulations to the best speaker and the best paper. And also congratulations to all of us for learning a lot of inspiring things today in this conference. We will also choose some full articles to be submitted in Business Administration Journal and also Business and Bureaucracy Journal. The committee will contact the selected paper for further information. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together today, and this event about to come to the very end. I hope you have found the presentation on this conference are informative and helpful for you. We are very honored to have you all with us here today, and we hope you have been enjoying yourself at the conference so far. For all attendees, we really appreciate if you are willing to give feedback for us about our event today. The link of feedback form will be put on the chat box. I am Christina Arvena, represent Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia, especially Committee of Third International Conference on Inclusive Business in the Changing World 2021. Would like to say thank you for your support and participation so this conference can be done successfully. Good afternoon. See you in our next Fourth International Conference on Inclusive Business. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Okay, thank you. Wah, Pak Suhe, hebat, keren ya. Bapak menginspirasi mahasiswa yang lain ya.
Terima kasih banyak loh Pak, rewardnya sebulan di